All right, hello everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am Raw Zim, and this is Starlight Expeditions Pokerole, Chapter 1, Episode 21, Encounters with Mysterious Hands. We're gonna begin, as we always do, with introductions, beginning with Rygon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rygon from the channel Rygon Plays. I'm the storyteller of Starlight Expeditions. What that means is that I am the one who is in control of the world. I have developed it. I handle all the NPCs, and I tell the players the consequences of their actions. I help to tease people along into their, hopefully, missions, but obviously, things don't always turn out the way you expect. I will now hand it back to you so that we might get an introduction for the rest of our players.
All right, Amos.
Hi, I'm Amos, and I play Werenimal and Rao. Hi, I'm Werenimal, and I play Amos, the Growlith, and today we're gonna see what the hell is up with this weird event that we have wandered into.
Real quick, what was the title we set for this?
Encounters with Mysterious Hands.
Thank you much.
RZ.
I am Arzadeo, and I play Azurith, the off-color jangmo-o. Just bash the snow fortress.
Seda.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Seda, and I play Dart, the Steel Ground Rockruff, who apparently is taking up the role of Killjoy of the group because something don't smell right here.
I don't know what you're talking about. It smells delicious.
And that's the problem.
How is that a problem? You said it doesn't smell
Because-
right. It smells delicious.
Go ahead and
It ain't right for
Go-
these parts.
Go ahead and continue. We got a few more people to introduce.
I am Zim, and I play Jet, the Ghost Electric type Rockruff, who is very much enjoying this buttery goodness. He's still not sure what butter is, but it tastes good. Jolene?
Okay, I am Demon God Linden. I play Jolene, the sometimes temperamental, little motherly figure of the group who is not sure how to feel about this current turn of events. Also, what's butter?
I don't know, but it's
I
so
know.
good.
Sounds pretty exotic, too.
Want to try some?
Yes, mix the butter with Jolene.
Oh. We'll mix this butter in with Jolene and see how she tastes.
I guess we'll get some buttercream.
Ah,
And last but not least, Argus.
Hi, I'm Orum, and I play Argus, the scaredy cat tyrant who does crafty things, and also has no clue what's going on. Why are we here? And why did I get dragged here? And why is there a T-posed shape where I was standing? T-posed tyrant.
What is T-posing?
Because you chose not to join us for the last 3 sessions.
One session. I was only sick last week.
It's been 84 years.
God, you finally woke up. It's been 84 years since you fell into a coma.
Yeah.
I'd be dead then. I was supposed to die like 8 years ago.
Yeah, we still need you to roll your character.
We're keeping you alive.
This dragon
Alright.
ain't getting any. Okay, go on.
All right. As always, we won't be interacting with the chat as much as we normally do because we're doing our tabletop game here. However, do remember that you can support the channel and make things happen, such as tonight's tip goal of training session set for $30. No tiers on this one. If you do donate to Rygon's channel, the other one that is streaming this session as well, you will get some sable crowns, which can be used for influencing the game in a very wide variety of ways. We welcome any support, and of course we also have Streamloots cards that you can use as well to influence the campaign in various ways as well. Now we're going to go ahead and get started with the recap. Oh, and do, of course, make sure that you check out all of my friends. Most of those that are here are also streamers, so make sure you go check out their channels. There will be links to everybody down in the description below if you're watching this on YouTube, or right here in the chat in a moment. Now, we'll get started with the recap. Any volunteers for it?
Dart's ears perk.
Okay, go for it, Seda.
So last time on episode 20 of Starlight Expeditions, Mystery of the Raving Flags, the group set out to depart for the mysterious raving flags and noise that erupted. The group found the right direction, walked down the street, and encountered a oddly placed snowy fortress. And some very strange-looking creatures, some with green hair and then a tall one wearing a black dress. And there were a bunch of round spherical objects in the snow that were tossed in our general direction. What us humans might know as a snowball fight ensued, though Team Ashlodon were a little bit confused on what was happening and just tried to get on by. And in each of our special way, we advanced, tried to take cover, tried to go around. Eventually, the snow fortress fell, though not before a trebuchet and a cannon were fired in our general direction. That was a little bit unsettling. Where'd they get a cannon? Where'd they get a trebuchet?
Amos was buried in lots of snow.
Amos was buried in lots of snow. Dart was having absolutely none of this. Jolene was cursing people off. Azurith was advancing very progressively, and Jet was doing the sneaky sneak. But they made it through, and they finally made their way
Jet.
to the clearing where all the noise and ruckus was happening, and there was a lot of tops, or there were a lot of basically tents and stalls set up, a lot of flags, and this weird fluffy buttery substance erupted from around the flags, and everyone else was trying to eat them but Dart, because Dart is very suspicious right now.
We were not
But-
trying, we were succeeding.
They were succeeding in eating them.
Snackies.
But oddly very empty. There were a lot of Pokemon around that were trying to see what else was going on, and then finally figures began to emerge from the tents, all covered in cloaks. They shuffled around to various positions, and a very potentially ominous greeting of "Come forth, come here" was spoken, and that is where our mystery deepens and begins for tonight's episode. Encounters with Mysterious Hands.
Hey,
Off to you then, Rygon.
what are you talking about? You all have the setup. Go ahead. What are you doing?
Amos eats more popcorn.
No, it's
The,
not popcorn, it's butter.
The treat crunches nicely within your maw. It does have a tendency to kind of get stuck between bits of your teeth, but it's usually easy to dislodge. save for one relatively annoying piece right in the very back that your tongue can't quite get at.
I can't. This keeps getting stuck in my teeth.
Kind of
Jet
just
is also
blindly eating
nomming
it.
happy.
Amos is like
He's
his mouth wide open, trying to like flick his tongue around to get the piece out.
Jet is trying to fill his bag with a bunch of it for later, while also grabbing pieces as they fall from the sky as well.
They're falling from the sky, aren't they?
There's literally popcorn raining from the sky, and Dart's the only one who's suspicious of this.
I mean, I would say Jolene's pretty suspicious, but I also ended up having to disappear last time, so could not
It's a tasty
voice
treat.
that.
On a
Sky
scale of
has blessed us with treats.
1 to 10, how perfectly spherical are these things?
They're not.
Okay. Just... Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, about the best that I can describe them is that they look like an explosion frozen in mid blast. Just soft and fluffy.
I feel
And
like
we
Jolene
remember.
is- I was just gonna say, I feel like Jolene is doing her best to avoid having a bunch get stuck inside of her. She is just like floating and trying to find the area where there is the least density of this falling from the sky.
Was it only Jet that remembered butter, or did everybody remember? Everybody that ate it remember, or
Only Jet did.
okay? Dart, it's seriously okay. I remember what this is. It's butter.
I don't care what it is. Like we need to figure out who's responsible behind all this, because if it's fun and friendly, sure, it's probably fun to eat, but like it maybe these whoever is behind all this noise is trying to poison everyone, and you're just eating it all.
Well, they're right over there. Why don't you go ask them?
Yeah, so I'll just go straight up to the mysterious figures and be like, "Hi, are you bad guys?
Are you the baddies?
Let's see how it plays out first. It seems like there's some kind of ruckus starting among. Let's keep a cautious distance. If something goes wrong, we can easily get away. But let's try to get to the bottom of this." As Dart gestures towards the building crowd.
I was going to start walking over to examine them.
The figures, as you get closer, seem to kind of grow taller and taller before you, until they seem to kind of stretch over you as you get up to them. They are covered in a colorful patchwork quilt of a cloak that's just like has all these different colors and fabrics tied to it. It almost looks like it was purposefully done, not so much like, oh, it was raggedy and needed to be repaired. This is a purposeful choice of all different sorts of colors and materials stitched together to create a sense of fun. However, the hood stays pulled up, and you can barely see any of the features of the creature within. They kind of just stare at you, not uttering a sound at all, before one of them finally reaches and simply gestures to come in.
How close
You
did
can see
Azurith get?
not like out of arm's reach, I would assume.
I was kind of more asking, RZ.
Not exactly properly, like, in range of them, per se, just enough to be closer to fully examine them. So, I don't think too far from the group, depending on how the distance was.
You all can see that some of the other members of the building crowd around you have started to kind of filter within the establishment. Some of them look like they are kind of being like ushered in, so like they're being guided in, whereas others are just kind of like confidently just strutting their way inside to see what they can find. The figures don't appear to be trying to stop anyone. In fact, if anything, they seem to be very welcoming of individuals coming into the host of tents and stalls.
Azurith looks back to the group. I think it's fine. They're not threatening, unlike others we've met. We should at least go see what's going on.
A little too so.
Well, darling, I am not sure if I trust them fully, but it seems like they're trying to offer some form of what's the word? Hospitality. I think. They don't seem to be posing a direct threat, so at the very least we could see what's going on, and if need be, we can hightail it out of here.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
Yeah,
And
but-
not every Mon is evil, just most Mons, I think.
But let's just stay by the entrance.
Okay.
We can run away if we need to.
Precisely.
And we're
Azurith
here.
starts walking in.
Yeah, we're just
So-
gonna strut in.
The figures make absolutely no move to block either of you. If anything, they seem to be pleased. Their backs kind of straightening up a little bit and their shoulders just sagging, almost as if in relief.
Jolene's gonna float over and not go too far, but still gonna kind of see what's going on. And as she passes the figure, she's gonna kind of give him a little, like a smile that just says, "I don't quite trust you, but I don't hate you." Just that kind of, I'm not gonna assume the worst, kind of, like weary, but not God, there's a word for what I'm thinking, and I can't think of it.
Potato.
Not potato.
Suspicious?
Maybe slightly suspicious. Just like
Wary?
she's not weary. That's a good.
There we go. That's a
good
better
word.
word than what I was thinking of.
Yeah, just kind of a weary smile, like showing that
Not
she has.
weary,
She's
wary.
not wary. Yes, wary.
Tomato,
Just-
tomato.
Yes. Anyway, just a wary smile, just kind of showing that she's not fully relaxed, but she's also not gonna try and do anything. Well, not gonna try any hostile actions.
As you all are kind of filtering your way inside, you can see standing out near a small building with a rather bored looking cloaked figure a little sign that says 5 tickets, 1 gold coin.
Anyone got a gold coin?
I have some gold coins. I'm gonna hold out one of my gold coins out of my bag.
The figure almost immediately catches light of the gold coin, and she gestures, or it gestures excitedly over for you to come near.
I'm just looking back at the others, holding the gold coin in both claws. Like, should I go or just looking back and forth like a scared little kid.
Jet's just gonna stand there and kind of gesture with a paw, like, go ahead. Go on. Just a little shake of his front paw.
Jolene's gonna kind of start going that direction and motioning for Argus to follow and say, "Yeah, I'll go with you, darling. Don't worry too much. Plus, I think there's more than the amount of tickets we'd get, so we might need more than one gold coin, depending on what these tickets are for. What's a ticket?"
I don't know, but I guess we'll find out.
Suppose that we are going to mosey our way over there.
Argus is going to, slowly head over.
Okay. You're in front of the stall. You can clearly see what appears to be like a small sack of gold coins behind the character. And you can see near her, or near it, a roll of these paper stubs. They don't really appear to be of anything descriptive other than the fact that they each hold a single phrase, one entry.
When we get up there, Jolene is gonna notice this and gonna say, "What is all this about? If you don't mind me asking, and you don't mind telling me."
The figure stays silent.
Well, I suppose we'll probably find out if we go in, but she's going to look back, and there's 6 of us total, right? Yeah. We didn't bring Ethan or Doc, right? I can't remember.
Correct. They were
Okay.
left behind.
Okay, so there's 6 of us. So Jolene is going to pull out her gold coin too, and look to Argus and say, "Well, there's more of us than the amount of tickets they give for their coins, so we might as well go ahead and get some tickets, see what's going on." And she looks to the figure and says, "Since we don't likely need all of the extra tickets, you could give them to someone who might need them, if that's okay."
Figure shakes its head.
So it's saying no, basically, without talking. So she's gonna think for a second, and then kind of just shrug and hand over her gold coin.
The coin almost immediately is just like taken from your hand, like a snake just suddenly reached out and grabbed at it. And you hear a small clink as it's deposited into the bag behind the figure, and suddenly in its place is a roll of 5 paper tickets.
Jolene's gonna kind of blink a couple times, like she couldn't keep up with what was going on, and look at the tickets, then just kind of bob in like a nod and say, "Well, thank you very much. Now, August, we probably need you to go ahead and give your coin over so we can get enough for everybody."
Okay. I just slowly reach up my gold coin, handing it over.
Again, the process is repeated, and it's immediately just like snatched up and replaced with 5 paper tickets before you even have a moment to blink. The character, though the cloaked figure, creates what appears to be like a T with its hands, and then it points at both of you.
He with its hands.
Probably of a either a timeout or a 1 moment. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Out of character.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
kind of what I was thinking, but
I'm just gonna tilt my head.
yeah.
I am confused.
Jolene is going to kind of look for a second and say, I'm not sure what that, the motions mean, but do you need us to wait a moment, or?
The character shakes its head. And it just simply repeats, creates a T with its hands and points at all of you, and then just kind of shoos you off.
She nods. Ah, you're saying we're all good to go. Well, thank you, darling. And Jolene is going to start kind of ushering Argus back to the group.
Okay, but bye.
You can see the figure kind of giving a small little wave with its 3-clawed paw.
Hmm. Yeah. And Jolene would have kind of waved as they went along, and then getting up to the group, would kind of not hand over, but kind of hold out the tickets that she got, and she says, well, darlings, it seems that these are tickets to get in here. I think it's probably better we got some, just so we can go in if we decide it's safe, and if not, well, it's still not a bad deal, but I feel like if we tried to enter without them, that wouldn't be too smart. But, I would kind of like to see what's going on here. They seem like, surprisingly not hostile compared to some of the folks we met, but, this place seems kinda, how would I put it, cheerful? And I feel like that's kind of a nice change of pace. Also, they have kinda interesting sense of, fashion. Kind of side-eye some of them with their super colorful outfits. Kind of nodding in an almost approving manner.
You can hear around you that the din of the area has begun to grow louder. It seems that a fair number of different Pokemon have begun to make their way inside. And you can see that various of them are engaged with some of the different activities scattered around. Some appear to be playing games at the stalls, throwing colorful balls at shiny plates. Others seem to be munching on food, including this rather fluffy cloud that seems to have almost been captured in a sugary delight. Still others seem to be kind of filtering their way inside of a large tent of sorts. You can see at the entrance of the tent a sign that just simply says, Dazzling Acrobatics, 1 ticket.
I mean, there might be something dangerous going on, but I'm not seeing any signs of it. He's looking over at Dart.
Look, I just want to see what's going on here first, because look, this is all very spontaneous. Let's just see, let's just see, go around.
So a quick pause. What do you all think is happening?
Out of character or in character?
Out of character.
Traveling circus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Officially a traveling circus that Dart is being overly suspicious of,
Yeah. That's,
Yeah, it's a circus. That's what I think.
and perhaps unjustifiably suspicious.
I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of creepy stuff that come from traveling circuses, but
yeah. Yeah, that's
And
exactly
it's-
what I thought.
it's also Rygon who's running this, so it's definitely going to be extra creepy or evil or horrific in some way.
I don't think
What?
so. It's a circus. We're gonna have a fun time. There's no horrors beneath
It's
the ice.
Rygon.
See,
We're all gonna die. That popcorn was made with Pokemon and some other third horrifying thing.
Rygon will take Mr. Mime and
the-
make it 10 times worse.
Those guys can't talk to us because their tongues got ripped out for some reason.
see, I think that yes, it is Rygon, but I don't know if it's the circus itself that's going to be the problem. I feel like something else is going to come in and make itself a problem.
A girl?
I think it's if there's going to be a problem, it's not going to be specifically the circus. It's going to be something external being like, hey, this looks fun. Let's make it more fun.
Wig helping.
Yeah, to anyone who doesn't know what that is a reference to, it was a reference to a book I was reading earlier with a little cute character called Wig. All right, so what do you all do?
Jolene is going to kind of say before she looks around again to see where she might want to go. Well, I will say I have my suspicions, but honestly, if any of them wanted to hurt me, with how fast that one at the ticket place was, I think they would have already done it. So,
Maybe they tried, but since you're all gooey, they couldn't.
but then what's the excuse for you? If they wanted to hurt us, then wouldn't you be hurt?
Suddenly,
cute and
Oron just like
adorable.
collapses in a barrage of punches.
Uh,
No.
Ow.
I'm
Go ahead, continue. Go ahead,
cute and
continue.
I'm cute and adorable and have plot armor.
What
No,
would you say in
no,
character?
and definitely not.
What is the actual response that Argus says?
I have really thick skin, and I wouldn't notice.
Not, darling, with as much of a scaredy cat, no offense, as you are pretty sure you would have noticed if something tried to attack you, because your skin may be thick, but still feel like you would have felt it.
I didn't feel when the coin got turned into tickets.
Well, come to think of it, I also really didn't register that very well either. That was quicker than I think I've ever seen anything move. But my point still stands. I'm at least going to go check out some of the things around here and see what's going on. If things get dangerous, then I'll either hightail it or fight if I have to, but, well, I'm hoping that the second thing isn't necessary. Yeah, and she's going to start kind of floating.
What, wait. I would say that we should at least stick in groups of 2.
She'll turn
agree.
around and nod and say, you know, that's actually really smart. I don't know why I didn't think of that. But, I guess, would you mind accompanying me or Jet? One of you two. I feel like, honestly, it'd be good to keep an eye on August in case he decides to run away. But, at the same
Hey.
time, August, how many times have you tried to run away from things?
I don't have enough claws for that.
My point stands, but at the same time, I also would like to kind of, well, get a chat with most of y'all, but I feel like someone should also keep an eye on Jed and Amos after seeing them eating that fluffy stuff so willy-nilly.
As Jet is munching on more.
She looks slightly disapproving, but not so just shrugs and say, "Would one of you two accompany me?" Between Jet and
Ah,
Aegis.
I can go ahead and go with.
Thank you, darling. Anything catch your eye specifically, or do you want to just go look, see what there is?
I just want to go look.
Okay. Well, then let's go looking this way. And she's just going to start kind of slowly wandering in the direction of where some of the games are, or that include throwing things.
Okay.
Making sure that Jet
That's
is not
actually
too
what-
far away.
That's actually what I was kind of wanting to go check out too.
Yeah. Fun fact, but after the snowball fight, it might be a little more obvious, but Jolene actually kind of enjoys throwing things. Whether she's good at it or not, that's another thing entirely.
Fair enough.
I can't tell you guys how many, how much money I wasted and how many goldfish I got from festivals and stuff trying to win a bunny rabbit.
See,
Flush or
Uh,
otherwise.
I'm really good at the rifle shooting ones at
Yeah.
festivals.
the
That would be fun.
I don't do things at festivals.
I tend to, the few times in recent history that I went to festivals, waste a lot of money on the games to get one prize out of like 15 or 20 different games that I play. And usually it's that one prize comes from, if they have it, the game that has the water gun that you shoot the balloon to, or whatever it is, to get.
It'll make a pop.
Yeah, I think the last one I played, it was you have to get the balloon to a specific like size without it popping, and you win. If you pop it, then you don't win, but if it's too small, you also don't win. They had like a line that it had to get up to, or well, down to, since it was, but yeah. But those are like the only games at festivals I'm good at. The ones that have like water guns or occasionally ring toss, depending on like how windy it is and how not drunk, how good at depth perception I am that day. I, stating the first part because some people accuse me of drinking when I say depth perception. It's just that my eyesight is not the best. But yes.
Fair enough.
Sidetracks aside,
So you guys are wandering towards the games, right?
yes.
Choose a number from 1 to 30.
Just one of us or both of us?
Both of you, since you're traveling as a group.
Okay.
And that's just Jolene and Jet, correct?
Depending on what
Unless
the rest of
others
you do, you'll also choose numbers or you'll have something else happen.
7.
You said between 1 and 30, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
stay away from the DM area, Seda, please.
So
what?
The upper part of the table is my part of the table. Please don't go there. You
Barb-
get spoiled.
Oh no, I'm still on my side of the board.
I saw a purple hand waving about up there.
I'm gonna say 21.
All right, so either 7 or 21. Which one do you two choose?
What was the point of both of us picking a number if we were just going to have to pick one?
Ada, shoo.
Man, I would flip a coin, but these coins are not.
21.
I hit tails. I flipped a coin to decide for you guys.
Oh,
Okay, let me go
well,
and
in
count.
that case, Jet's the only one of the two that actually has a tail, so we go with 7.
Yeah. I was
And
gonna make
Jolene is literally just a floating head, so...
Yeah. I was going to make the
Mac-
same. So 7
Alrighty.
years.
7?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
Oh no.
Let me see how this particular game is played out.
Let me switch
And we'll
over to
shoot.
the menacing playlist.
Y'all keep coming up to the upper part of the table. Shoot. You're going to spoil yourself with the games.
Alright, menacing playlist is going.
Why did you instantly put on the medicine playlist?
When
What if this
Rygon it responds like, "It's Rygon!"
You were just
Five.
Look, I do not appreciate how you guys are profiling Rygon as this kind of, benevolent DM.
Okay, Kitty, I appreciate that you're trying to comfort me, but could you please not lay on top of the foot that is hurting?
She's trying to massage it.
I personally am the one trying to go away from the Rygon as malevolent in this specific case. My earlier thing was just if it's going to happen.
I'm actually playing a song called At the Fair. I'm on the party playlist.
You gotta upset the party, boys. Come on, the way.
Okie dokie. Da-da-da. All right. As you are making your way over, you notice a game that appears to be a little curious. You can see what appears to be a target stretched from one end of or you can see a target that's around on one end of the field. Over on the other end of the field, you can see what appears to be one of the cloaked figures just kind of absent-mindedly balancing a pair of daggers in its hands. It kind of flicks them and like tosses them up into the air, catches them, all the while seemingly to be very bored before it finally gives one flick over to the target and hits it straight center right in the dot. You can see over nearby a sign that says 1 ticket, receive a prize if you manage to make more points than the dagger master.
Jolene is going to look at it, look at the ticket, center her nubbly, look back, look at Jet, then look back again, and say, "That sounds kind of interesting. Not sure how good I'd be at it, but might be worth a try."
Maybe I could use it a bit with my my one ability for launching things.
We can ask if that's allowed.
Yeah.
If it is. Yeah, if it is, that would be interesting to see at least. And she's gonna just float closer and with when she and Jet gets there, she's just gonna kind of look again between Jet and the figure and her and say, "Hello, darling. We had a question about the game, if that's okay."
The character kind of stands at attention at both of you approaching and gives quite an exquisite bow before it cups like one hand over where an ear would assumedly be and poses, saying it's ready to listen.
He's gonna look at Jed and let him ask, unless he is stuffing his face again.
Nah, he's not. Also, these are totally Mr. Mimes.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking the whole time. Though we might get surprised.
Um. I can't really throw things. But can I use my abilities?
The host, the dagger master, he kind of taps on the sign, and you can see right there at the very bottom in very, very small print, no powers allowed.
Oh. Well, okay. I guess we'll try a different one then.
Nah, let me do it. I want to try. Amos, this kind of steps up.
As far as I'm aware, you're not with us.
Oh, did I not go with you?
You could be somewhere nearby and you just see the interaction.
Yeah, that works with me.
Yep.
Yeah, Jolene kind of looks startled when Amos just suddenly appears, putting her empty hand over, like right below her little mouth, her little nubbly there, and say, "Oh my stars, darling, don't sneak up on a girl like that." But if you want to give it a try, then sure. She's gonna kind of take one of the tickets and hand it to the host.
The host kind of reverently takes the ticket, stashes it away into a hidden pocket, and you can see it immediately, just like almost absent-mindedly, just casually, just tosses a dagger over at the target, not even looking. And you can see that it kind of chunks itself somewhere near the center. It looks kind of expectantly over at Amos, and just kind of, kind of gives the gesture of after you.
All right.
All right. For this game, you have to choose either to roll a d4, a d6, a d8, 10, 12, or 20, and you can roll it up to 3 times, but you have to take one of the results.
All right. Um.
I wonder if it's more risk, more reward kind of thing.
Well, essentially, you're given 3 chances to succeed.
Yeah, I meant with the different sizes of the dice.
Yeah.
Like, if you roll a bigger one, there's more chances to fail, but also more chance to get, high. Well, not fail, but necessarily fail, but like more points or less points kind of thing.
Now we're rolling a d20.
Okay. Then go ahead and explain your setup, make your roll, and we'll get going. Let me go ahead and grab a d20 out for you.
All right. So Amos is gonna take the dagger in his mouth and he's gonna kind of practice moving his neck around a bit, try to practice how he's gonna throw it with his mouth.
There's a d20 here on the table for you.
And then Amos kind of aims up, it's 1, 2, then 3. He kind of spins his body a bit and flicks his head to throw it at the target.
I'm looking over here because, of course, you had to choose one with a hard set of rules. What did you roll on the dice?
Click roll and it landed on 15.
15? your dagger goes spinning off into the grass, almost nearly cutting a small rabbit-like creature nearby who just simply shouts, "Hey, watch where you're throwing!"
Ooh.
Wait, didn't he get 3 rolls too?
Yeah, that was the first one.
Oh, he gets 3 attempts. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, well, that one didn't go so well. Let's give it another go. I was just gonna take the dagger in his mouth again after retrieving it and kind of go like 1, 2, 3, and then he flicks his head around at it and give it another go.
Go ahead and roll it, like actually roll it.
Okay.
If you could, please. Thank you. What you get? What you get?
That's an
18.
That looks like a good roll.
The dagger hits onto the target, but it's somewhere on the outside of the bullseye, not even close to the original dagger that the dagger master had thrown. He kind of like seems to almost be in amusement at the whole thing. One of his 3-clawed paws, kind of like up near where you suspect a mouth would be, and just like almost chuckling. But you
Hey.
hear no sound.
I know Amos notices and says, "Hey, I'm doing pretty good for not having hands."
He kind of just shrugs and just hands you the last dagger.
All right, Amos is gonna just grab it in his mouth and do a quick flick at the target, releasing it, and
Roll the
oh wait, I gotta roll it.
along the table.
Gotta roll it properly in there. Oh,
Another. Uh,
Your dagger hits almost exactly where the second one had hit, right on the outside of the target. The dagger master just somberly shakes his head and walks over and grabs all the daggers before stashing them somewhere within his outfit. And he kind of just gives you just a sad sign of just a shrug, and he kind of waves his hand in a motion that sort of suggests better luck next time.
Well, I tried.
yeah, Jolene is going to kind of ponder for a second and, and looking at the target, at the daggers, then at her nubblies. And it's obvious that she is like doing some mental calculations for a second. And then she is going to take a ticket. She's going to kind of put the others in her bag for the moment, and she's going to say as she starts to hand it over, "I think I want to give it a try. I don't know if I'll be any good, but it's worth a shot, isn't it?"
The dagger master gives a nod of respect, and he takes out a dagger, and he kind of seems like he's looking a little bit at the target, like he's giving some concentration before he just like flicks it, and it digs itself almost exactly right into the spot where he had flicked it last time.
Yes.
He turns back over to you and he hands you a dagger.
Okay. And let's see. I'm assuming that the different dice have different possibilities, but I'm wondering if I should roll the d20 or one of the smaller ones. If I knew how this game worked a little better, or like if high rolls are good versus low rolls, or if it's just each face has a different like rule for itself, that would probably change. I guess I'll use the d20 as well, though. She's gonna take the dagger in both her nubblies, kind of holding it in a for someone who you would not think has ever touched a weapon in her life, a more proper way for someone of her size to hold a dagger. And she's going to kind of do a couple of like little motions, like she's turning her body one way and then back, like she's preparing to throw it. And then she is going to kind of like, I think it's discus that you do with like turning your body one way.
Everybody
and then-
duck.
Yeah, she is
Gonna die.
she is because she can't do it very easily any other way. She's doing it in a very unique way. But and then she's going to go and release it at hopefully at just the right time.
Okay. The dagger spins in the air and nearly lops off Amos's ear before bedding itself into the ground.
Ah!
She,
Watch where you're throwing that thing.
she looks at her nubblies, looks at the dagger, looks back at her nubblies, at the target, and sighs and says, "Well, that's not a good way to throw it." And then she's going to look to the dagger master and the dagger for the next throw.
He's already pro-offered it to you.
Yeah, she's going to take it, and she's not going to do the exact same motions. This time she's it looks like she's going to try an underhand throw. Ooh. So she's kind of rotating down to face down and then back up and kind of gaining a little speed as she does. And let's see how she does this time.
Okay. Okay. You take a throw, and it lodges itself on the outer ring of the bullseye. Closer, but not quite close enough to the center.
Interesting. Hey. She is going to kind of make a little tisking sound, just tsk. And then she's going to take the last dagger and she's going to do the same basic motions, but she's looking a little more concentrated, but like this time it's like she's getting a little frustrated, but also trying to channel that. So let's see how this one goes. That didn't roll as far as I was hoping, but still pretty.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
And how are you throwing this one?
The same way as last time, but she's trying to release it at a different like point in the arc that she's of her, tilting.
Okay.
So that she doesn't hit the exact same spot, hopefully.
The dagger arcs off into the air, the light glinting off of it. It slices a single bit of popcorn that is floating down in half. And it floats and embeds itself right into the middle of the target.
What?
Oh, Jolene.
The dagger master, he just claps like, and immediately he reaches within his robe and pulls out what appears to be a small fox-like Pokemon toy, a plush toy, with a zipper on the back, and offers it to you.
She's gonna take it and looking extremely happy and say, "Well, it turns out I actually can do it. Just takes a little bit of practice and a little bit of determination. And this is such a cute little prize." And she's
It's
just
like
gonna
this
know.
red, yeah, it's just this red little fox with a wide-ended tail and what appears to be a very mischievous grin.
She's like kind of hugging it at first, and then she puts it a little bit away from herself. She shakes it a little bit to try and get any of her self that kind of stuck to it off, and then she's gonna open her bag and put that in there for the moment and say, "I'm gonna keep this safe." Now, guess
Amos is just staring at Jolene with open maw.
Yeah, she just kind of smiles and says, "Well, why don't we go try another game? And maybe y'all can manage to do the next one. I got a little bit of luck and a little bit of not skill, but I'm gonna say determination helped me out there." She's gonna pull the tickets back out and look to the other two to see if they're looking like if they have any interest in any specific games before she starts to float into a specific direction.
The Dagger
Chance.
Master, he gives that same like T motion with his hands, and then points at all of you, and then waves goodbye.
He's gonna wave goodbye too.
Oh, I know what that motion is. Sorry.
I have no clue, but
Same.
It's a gesture of. Crap, what's it called? If it's the gesture I'm thinking of, it's either Japanese or Chinese. It's what they do when they bow. If I'm thinking of the right one.
I think I see what you mean. Is it the full hand or just the fingers?
The full hand.
Okay. I was thinking when you were describing it, my brain went to just the fingers. Otherwise, I probably would have gotten it sooner.
No, it's the
They're
full
always-
hand. It's almost like that timeout pose, but it's close to the chest, and then he points at each of you and waves goodbye.
man, I feel like I know what this is now that
I think it's the Japanese bowing gesture for saying goodbye.
yeah, it's very possible. But yeah, Jolene's gonna kind of give a wave and as she makes sure the others are also going, and she's gonna say to the Dagger Master, "I hope y'all have a good rest of your day and have fun. It seems like a really good game."
Dagger Master gives a nod, and then you can see him kind of like just turn over at the target, and he flicks the knife and it embeds itself right into the center of the target, and he kind of gives you a bit of like a sly nod, and does a little wave by as he goes to collect the knives.
Yeah, she just kind of gives a nod back and then starts to float off, making sure that if either of the other two like start going in a specific direction, she follows them. But just kind of looking around to see where to go next.
Well, first things first, I think because we kind of all agreed on going in pairs, who would have been with Amos? Or I guess we could just have it be where,
Yeah, it could
two
be
groups of
3 and
three,
3.
so I'd say we switch over to the other group now, let them have some time, and
Why,
then
yes,
jump back.
Thank you.
That's what I was.
That's exactly what
Sorry.
I was thinking.
Sorry.
Nah, yeah, I was also thinking that. I was just going to say, because I was about to ask, was Amos with someone else, or was it going to be groups of 3 too? Because that confused me a
Who
bit.
knows?
But it's kind of funny that Jolene mentioned 3 specific people needing to be watched, and now she has 2 of those specific people with her.
Anyway, I gotta be back right quick. I'll be back in about 20 seconds. Go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Say the cute.
All y'all cute.
Of course we are.
Arzy cute.
Also, yes, of course I'm absolutely adorable and cute.
Arzy also very confident.
Yeah, that ruined the cuteness.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Arzy dork.
I
takes
take Yes, I am an absolute dork. Have you not met me?
Oh no, you never come around.
Unlike with the cuteness, which being that confident in yourself took it down about 2 notches. Uh, admitting you're a dork has just raised your dork level.
Yeah, I am an absolute dork, okay?
But
Lyndon and cute.
I guess I can be. But
Anyways, Lyndon, what do you think you won? I know it's a plushie, but what?
I'm pretty
I
sure it's a
feel like-
backpack plushie. One of those
Yeah, no-
things.
So
Yeah, I was-
it feels like one of those little, like, plush Nicket wallets.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think it's like a little coin purse kind of thing, like where you can put little items in it. Not like a big, huge one, like a backpack size one, but one for like small things like change and maybe small items that you want to keep like in a single spot together. So I'm very happy that I got that because Jolene was going to be very sad if she didn't get the prize.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Alrighty. What were y'all talking about before I headed out?
We ended up calling each other cute and then talking about the backpack after you left, but now it's going to be Arzi and Azurith and them. But did we decide if it was just groups of 3 or was it Amos split off from whoever he was with? Because I was going to ask that.
I'd say we just retroactively say it was groups of 3.
Okay, works for me. I just wanted to know if like somebody had been left while they were looking around and they're like, where the hell did he go? Because that would be kind of funny, but also kind of scary at the same time. And I wouldn't put
Okay.
it past Amos, but
So for our other group, who is made of Azurith, Dart, and
Argus.
Argus, for some reason that name always escapes me, you can see that the crowd kind of presses the 2 groups apart. You can see what appear to be a variety of just different happy faces amongst the crowd, eating delicious food, playing fun games. And you hear one of them make mention as you're all just kind of wandering around like, wow, that psychic really did a nice job. Yeah, I think he really nailed your fortune. And they both kind of giggle together in that kind of like, half serious, half joking manner as they continue on with their day.
Dart's going to breathe in. I don't like this, but I know where we're going.
What? You want the fortune?
Quite logically,
I see
yes.
water in your future.
Well, what do you think about it, Argus?
I guess it could be fun.
Well, let's get going and not wander around.
Okay.
Then you start walking towards.
You can see various different stalls kind of set up, some of them handing out food, some of them allowing the patrons to play games on them. Even off in the distance, you can see Jolene holding a bunch of knives, which leads a shiver to go down each of your spines. Until eventually you come across a sign that just simply points in the direction, points in a direction says fortune teller.
I think that's the place over there.
I believe you are right.
And Azurith will follow the sign.
Okay.
Follow the sun.
As you do, you come near the edge of the establishment. Here seems to be less crowd, less tents, less stall. The only thing out here appears to be a single tent. It's colored in a drab purple color, very dark, very muted compared to the colors of the rest of the area. And you can see standing in front of it what appear to be two of the hooded figures. They appear to be much larger and bigger than the rest, and they kind of stare at each of you in what seems to be a mixture of suspicion and disdain. You can see posted nearby a sign that just simply says, 1 ticket per fortune.
One ticket per. Do we all want a fortune?
I don't know what I want yet. I only have the ticket. Actually, I think I have extra tickets.
May I have a ticket for this
Yeah,
fortune
yeah.
teller?
Yeah.
I would like one as well.
Oh, okay. That leaves me with like 3 tickets in my inventory.
You'll be fine. We won't be asking for any more.
No, you're fine. That was me muttering to myself as I noted it on my notepad.
The big burly figures, as you all three come up, hold out a stretched 3-clawed paw, and you hear nothing, but you can assume what it is that they want as they stretch out a hand, assumedly to take a ticket.
Well, Azurith, did you want to go first? Or Argus? I don't mind waiting.
You guys can go first.
I guess I'll go first.
The big
And
burly figure shakes their head, and they hold out their paws, showing all 3 of their claws in what appears to be a all 3 of you go in.
all 3 of us. Okay then.
Very well.
Ticket, please.
Just will put a ticket on the paw.
The
Wait,
figure
this one actually
grabs...
spoke?
No, that
Others?
was just me saying ticket, please.
Oh, okay.
Here's the ticket.
So that way we're not sitting here awkwardly. The figure grabs the ticket. You can feel it kind of get crumpled up before it's just stashed away somewhere within their robe. And they step aside, allowing you 3 to enter.
Just will walk in.
I guess I will go in too. A bit scared with all this weirdness.
Yeah, you can, as you are heading into the tent, you can hear another small explosion, and more popcorn kind of rains from the sky to fall down amongst the snow-covered ground.
Just seems like a waste.
Just
Now that is cool. Out of character.
The inside of the tent is dark. It feels almost cloistered, as there are a variety of different trinkets and objects kind of scattered around. There's masks, suits of armor, weapons, candles, and other objects of unknown origin. All of it looks to be fairly old, and most of it kind of appears more or less to be, well, useless, but it gives the entire area kind of like just this air of mysteriousness. In the center, you can see what appears to be a table with, well, a ball of some sort on it. wafts of smoke go through the air, lending the entire area a stifling atmosphere. And each of you give a short cough as your lungs try to get used to the smoke-covered air. Nobody else appears to be inside the tent. There's just simply an expectation to sit.
Dart will find a chair or find a seat and sit down.
I will sit next to Dart. Very, very close.
Azurith will sit on the other side of Dart then.
As each of you sit down, there, coming in from the darkness, is another figure. It is one of the hooded figures, except instead of being colored or covered in a colorful robe, their robe instead seems to be more somehow regal and drabbier than the rest. It's muted, and the figure holds itself high with a very deserved sense of importance. Immediately, each of you can gather that this figure is a she, though none of you can quite explain how you know that. And it sits down across from each of you. Two of her three-clawed paws reach out and lay themselves down upon the table. You each gain a question within your mind, not psychically, not spoken, just simply an expectation. What is your name?
Azurith.
Argus?
My name is Dart.
The figure nods, and you can see that it reaches up and begins to slowly pull off the hood that had been covering its features, revealing a smooth brown face. Its eyes shine in the darkness, each one traced over with a black outline. And you can each immediately sense, or actually see even within the stifling darkness, that the figure has no mouth. Where a mouth would be, instead, is just a smooth expanse. The figure looks at each of you curiously and kind of waves each of you to put your hand onto the ball in the center of the table.
Argus will slowly put his claw on the ball.
Azurith will do so as well.
As will Dart.
The figure puts their hand on the ball, and immediately you can hear a voice. Oh, well, it's finally good to be able to talk to each of you. Sorry that took a little while. Air of mysteriousness and all that. I do appreciate each of you going along with the theatrics. How are each of you doing today? The figure does not appear to be speaking psychically to you. The voice is instead coming from the ball itself, the light within it flashing and jumping almost within the tone of the figure's voice.
Very, 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 very confused.
Azurith thinks to himself, the ball speaks.
The ball does speak of a sort. It's me talking, of course. Don't mind me. My name is Madeline. The ball is just simply a way that I can communicate with you. As you can see, I don't really have much of a mouth.
That's true.
I second the confusion.
Well,
It's been a very
welcome. Go ahead.
It's been a very confusing day.
I can certainly imagine it's been a confusing day. Oh, you probably saw all of our flags and the popcorn. Oh, yes. Ah, me and my kin certainly do have a appreciation when it comes to attracting individuals to our little home here. I am the leader of our little troop, and I really enjoy being able to tell people their fortunes. It's just a gift. Came from my mother's side. And it seems each of you want to have your fortune read. Though, and she kind of looks at each of you curiously, it seems, even just with this brief interaction, that all of you are tied together somehow. Curious, isn't it?
But I didn't bring the rope.
You could say something of the sort. It's been a very interesting few days.
Azurith will
Yes.
nod.
Alabaster gleam. Yes, I do indeed see that. Their stark whiteness in the back of your minds is certainly something that I cannot mistake. Oh, they've struck again, have they? Oh, you poor dears. Well,
You know
perhaps
them?
I can help somewhat, but first, your fortune. Go ahead.
You know the alabaster gleam?
Oh, yes, I know them fairly well. You see, we travel within many of the same circles, and though our goals certainly differ, well, inevitably there's always that run-ins with each other. They seem to have targeted, oh dear, Starlight. Oh, I really do like that town. They always have such good food.
We need to save it. Or at
I
least we're
can
trying to, but we're kinda stuck.
I can definitely imagine you've been chased out of town. Oh, yes, yes, mm-hmm. You've been staying at the old bookish place. Oh, and you've made yourself a little push go. Oh, that's very cute of you.
Not finished.
You can see our past?
Why, yes. What good is knowing the future if you cannot see the past? It is by knowing the blocks of the past that one can see the structures of the future. You see, that's how fortune telling works.
You know, I may like more grounded info, but I like that logic.
I'm glad you do. Not everybody likes it. They always assume that it's just some, wavy davy magic type. And you just immediately know everything that's happened to an individual will ever happen to them. And well, that's not quite true. You see, I can only see what seems to have happened recently, and I can only see what will happen soon. I can't tell you what's going to happen 50 years from now, but I can tell you with the threads of the things going on just what might happen to you within the next week. I know it's not much, but it's something, right?
Actually, how far back?
Oh, but I can see here that you all have not been here for very long, have you? Just, at least in your experience, a mere few days. Everything beyond that is, well, quite frankly, it's all just cloudy. It's almost like there's something there, but oh my goodness, but there isn't at the same time. Just
Yeah, we're
who
having that
are
issue.
each of you?
Dart's gonna kind of just like lower his head, like, "Ah, I was kind of hoping there might be something from before that."
Azurith
Hmm.
thinks to the crystal ball is what we are is what ties us together.
I'm a dinosaur.
Dart's just gonna like
Yes.
slowly turn his head, just like, How am I not surprised?
Of course you are,
shouldn't be
dear.
surprised. We've been together for like a while. Ever since we woke up. Well, actually, no, because you were drowning when we woke up.
Dart's gonna lower his head even more, just like,
Dart doesn't like water. So you
I
already
can
you
definitely
probably
see
already
that.
knew that.
Yes, the snow certainly gives you the shivers too, doesn't it? Oh.
No?
Oh, yes. Oh, that's what you call powdered water. Yes, snow, the white stuff that's outside. The cold, you know?
I don't like the cold. They
Yes, not
locked
many
me out
people
in the
do.
cold.
She kind of gives a little bit of a curious glint before, she just kind of shakes her head in amusement. Well, on to the fortune, shall we? Now, I need you all to be very still and to clear your minds as much as possible, okay?
Dart will nod.
Azurith will close his eyes and begin slowly breathing, calming himself down.
Okay. Now, oh, I see in each of your futures a mouth full of steel teeth, each of you racing along it, going towards destinations known and unknown. I can see at the very end a figure. It is a flower wearing a suit. There seems to be something wrong, however, as the flower is wilted. Not necessarily dying, but wilted. Off around, prowling around the flower, I can see a dark red eyes and black fur. They snap and nip, almost as if they want to drive themselves within, but for some reason they don't. She kind of gives a sniff of the air with her non-existent nose. Oh, I can also smell the rich earth. It's sad. And at the very end of it, I can see, oh, I can see what appears to be a white flag with a red cross on it being lowered beneath a starlit sky filled with constellations, each one bearing you, your group. She opens her eyes, and that's all that I can see.
Is it like a rule that fortune tellers can't be like specific?
Well, they only come in bits and pieces, unfortunately. I wish I could tell you exactly the specifics, but unfortunately, this isn't an exact science.
Okay, fair. You know more than I do.
Azurith is trying to take this all in.
I do know, however, that you will need this. And she kind of reaches behind her, and you can hear just like a big kerchunk as she rips something out of the wall, and uh, she hands it over to one of you. It appears to be a thin bar, and at the ends of this thin bar is another bar, and at the ends of each of those bars is what appears to be a bulb. So here, I'll draw it real quick for each of you on the left side of the grow vial here. So it's like this, with a little bulb at the end.
What is this, a car shaft?
I do not know what that is.
Oh,
But
I'm thinking
I
out
can
of
tell
character.
that this is going to be very important for you. I would I would advise that you keep a hold of it.
Hmm.
And it's thin, it's light. It doesn't look like it's meant to actually support anything.
Dart's gonna reach for it and place it in his bag.
Oh, it's much bigger than that.
Oh.
It's literally about the size of one of you.
I
Okay.
tie it to Dart's back.
Okay, out of character. So, what you're saying, a mini car shaft. That's what it looks like.
Well, it's bulbs, not necessarily like wheels.
Yeah. Bulbs, like light bulbs? Bulbs or like a
No, like a
flower?
sphere protruding from the metal.
Ah.
Round.
Trying to figure out what this is too. But Jolene is going to have some major questions when she sees one of you all with this.
Now,
It,
go ahead.
it seems we'll find out what this thing is for in the future.
Yes, I do think you will definitely find out what this is in the future, provided that you continue going off to your little map there.
Well, this was extremely insightful. I can't thank you enough.
Of course. And I wish each of you the best of luck in your adventures. Take heart. I felt good things near the end of your path.
Azurith a smile. And then I assume this is the part where we all leave the tent.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
It's almost like there is a whirlwind of like movement and atmosphere, and suddenly all three of you are just kind of outside of the tent. None of you quite really remembering that you had left on purpose. Just more of like, oh, well, we're here now.
Dart's gonna be kind of lost in thought until he realizes, wait, when do we get outside?
Crunch, crunch snow.
I don't even remember taking my hand off the ball.
The popcorn is still falling from the sky all around you. Each kernel seeming to be almost just as thoughtful as where each of your minds are at the moment.
Well, shall we head back to the others and tell them what we saw?
Yeah.
Dart's still kind of lost in thought a bit, just like.
Hmm?
Sorry. Yes, let's proceed.
All right. And right there, I think that would be a good opportunity for us to take our first break, since we're right in the middle of a transition.
The little Starlight Expedition logo goes to just the Batman thing, and it just get pauses, VHS style.
Lyndon, how are you feeling?
I'm doing pretty good. Not gonna take me along for the break. I just need to put my food away.
Okay. Everyone take a chance to get yourself some drink, go to the bathroom, get some food, not in that order necessarily. And we'll meet back up in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
And you're free to
Well, we'll do the
converse
push-ups.
amongst yourselves, because this was some heavy lore that was dropped on you.
I will be right back.
So, yeah, definitely some heavy lore.
Now we all gotta
Lore.
figure out what it means.
Hope somebody wrote down that whole thing.
I did my best.
I did my best too.
I'm a dinosaur.
Alright then. I guess we shall take this time to recap what was written down. Dart, tell me what you have written down. Or better yet...
I'm hoping I got the name right. Matalin. She's the leader of this little shenanigans that
Madeline.
Madeline. Sorry, I did write down Madeline. I just wrote it down wrong. But she is a psychic gift from her mother's side. She basically can see everything. The whole alabaster gleam intrusion on Starlight and us all basically just having, no kind of past. But she sees a mouthful of steel, and each of us running along it to destinations known and unknown. At the end, a flower wearing a suit. The flower is wilted, and prowling around the fire is red eyes and dark fur surrounding as if to advance upon or strike. I didn't quite get the wording down that one.
Snipping the air, I think something like that. Something also about giving itself the drive, but not being able to do it, I think.
Yeah, but yeah, the smells of the rich earth as if it's sad. But then a white flag with a red cross in the center being lowered. And then I kind of got the gist of like the whole constellation, being lowered from a starlit sky. Constellation and the constellation forming our little group. It's the general gist that I picked up on as I was trying to write that all down.
Nice. Now,
We're
shall we
all
start
gonna
theory crafting?
die.
Say again, RCD.
I'm like, now, shall we start theory crafting?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that comes in the after session
Okay.
or another day.
Oh, I mean, I
since
gave
everybody
you all the
goes to sleep
opportunity.
early.
I gave you all the opportunity to do theory crafting if you wanted to.
See,
no,
I was
already.
right!
No theory crafting. Dart must get
Aw.
donut. Dart must get chocolate donut.
And I need to get some more coffee, so I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
we
Fine.
should take our breaks.
Okay, I'll go do
But yeah,
push-ups.
that's the biggest thing. It's snow. We know
Oh,
it's
yeah.
snow and popcorn.
Okay.
English. We're learning.
So this something mischievous came to mind, but I don't think Azurith would think of it. Would we tell the other three what this stuff is, or just let them,
Be nice
guess-
to them. Also, I'm going to Slitherite. I have a comment that I'm gonna wait for until we get back from break, but I like where you're going with this.
Volume's up or down.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Okay, I am back, and I got a giant donut.
Nice.
So I have a proposal for y'all.
Okay, what is
Yes.
the proposal?
Since we've now learned that it's called snow, you know how, every anime has like those weirdly named arcs? Just to confuse future viewers, can we just call this the Powdered Water arc?
I'd be game for that.
Just like, it's like, oh yeah, no, you gotta go back to the Powdered Water arc for that. Like, that was such a good arc. The what?
Won't hear any complaints from me.
No, that's just what we called chapter 1. The powdered water chapter.
Yes, and it takes like what, 10 episodes to get to any powdered water. So people are gonna be like, even up to like Dart's introductions, like, why is it called Powdered Water arc?
We can always just name it something like sublime, like the fall of the powdered water upon the white fur. And then it's just shorthand, the powdered water arc, or the powdered water chapter.
Gosh darn it. Now I'm thinking of like, a little cover art for the chapter. And it's exactly as Rygon described. White fur and snow falling.
No, I thought you would probably just have this, this art of like, a lush tree in the middle where everyone but Amos and Dart woke up. On one side, you have the fiery skies in which Amos walks in. On the other, you have a lush flowing river with, Dart floating among it, and you have like, the very sinister outline of like the alabaster gleam hoods just like looming above everything.
What the heck are you? Are you some kind of like graphic designer or? That's perfect.
I would agree that is perfect.
I am. There is a reason why I'm trying to learn to draw. I have these visions in my head, and I have no way to communicate them.
Give me a moment. I'm clipping what you said. That way it's staying forever unless the Max deletes it, and we can just use it in the future. So you'll need to give me 2 minutes, please.
Deletes it.
But why?
Because Zim's gonna make his own campaign story arc cover of Blackjack and circuses.
Oh,
No, it's just going to be popcorn. Just all popcorn.
is it bad that I'm eating ice cream with hot coffee?
Not at all. I would even have more respect to you putting the ice cream in the hot coffee.
Dips it.
I mean,
a
coffee
man of
ice cream,
culture.
it exists for a reason.
Okay,
Out
I'm
of
back.
culture, I see. Welcome back.
So what did you all think about that little section? Not necessarily theory crafting, but how did the feel of it go?
I really liked it.
I could picture every little scenario you said.
Okay.
Also, Flower wearing a suit. Now that is just peak style.
Also, I have to say, Rygon, get out of my head. Because I was just thinking the entire time, or like the entire time when you were on Warney, Lyndon and Zim, I'm just like, I should find a fortune teller. This circus seems large enough to have a fortune teller, and then you're just like, drops it. I'm like, well, that skips us having games. I know where we're going.
Yeah. Did I make the hint a little too obvious?
I'd probably say a little bit too on the nose, but like that's kind of what I was going to be seeking out anyway as Dart. Just like, you know what? I don't want games. I want someone who knows what's going on. Fortune teller fits the bill.
Yeah.
And if you figure out the species that the hooded figures are?
Bohemian?
Okay.
For
trying to
Madeline at
remember-
least.
I'm trying to remember what the description was.
Description of Madeline's face is as follows. I actually wrote that down. Smooth, round face. Eyes shine in the darkness. Black outline. Has no mouth. Madeline.
I can picture a few Pokemon, but I can't remember. Can't figure out what it is because I can't remember like very well the details of some of these Pokemon that I'm thinking of. Like I just have names for some, and then for others I have like visual but no name to put with it, and it's like, huh. So the first one that came to mind is that alienoid Pokemon. What is it called?
I know the one you're talking about.
Belgium. I think it's Unova and Behem and Ellie.
Elegim and yeah, that one. The Behem or however you say it. That's the one I had the visual of and couldn't put a name to. I think isn't that the same one you were saying, Dart?
That is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, that's also what I was thinking, but at the same time I'm not 100% sure because of like the description of some of the rest of the things, like the brain is malfunctioning, words not processing, claws and such that each of the things so far had. Because but at the same time it's like could just be like, you know, a different form of it too, so it depends on
True.
it kind of just depends on a lot of things. It's like how much did Raigon like kind of change the Pokemon to be like specific for this campaign and etc etc etc. So that was the first Pokemon that came to my head too.
Well, I can go and I can reveal the Pokemon at the end of our session then.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Has everyone regathered?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
I got donut.
Say, B is orange.
Werny, you there?
They've been here.
Oh, okay. And
Werny.
yeah, if you're talking, you're muted, Werny.
Oh no, I hope he didn't fall asleep.
Or get pulled away by external forces.
Well, we can wait a little bit longer and see if he pops back.
Yeah.
Donut.
Why, but I'm currently just trying to, like, in my head, picture, like, all the mythical creatures of the world that are, like, reptilian, because I have had, for some reason, the major urge to make a mythical creature character who is a reptile-based creature, but I can't remember all of the mythical creatures that I used to know. Oh, because I, forget things constantly. But it would be cool to have a character that is just designed off of a mythical reptile.
Yeah, I would definitely agree.
Dragon!
I have a few dragon characters. I don't think I have art of all of them, but I have a few, so I don't need more dragons. Well, right now at least.
No more dragons.
I have no more dungeons for my dragons. That joke was bad. I should feel bad, but I don't. Maybe a mythical sea creature. That would also be cool.
Wernie.
Bro.
Wow.
Yeah, there you are.
I gave him a call on Telegram.
I was about to send him a boop sticker.
Oop.
Boop-de-doop.
All right, then that should be the whole group again.
All right, let's
Wow.
resume.
And don't forget, chat. There is that $30 tip goal. So if you want to see one of the characters get into an interesting situation, feel free to toss it our way. All
I'm
right,
gonna die.
my good characters, go ahead and start.
So I assume we all start back with us walking into each other again.
Carrying this weird contraption.
Oh yeah, it's definitely like high school style. Papers go flying in the air. You're all scrambling, to pick them up off the ground. Your eyes meet. There's a kiss. It's a romantic situation.
But whose eyes are meeting? Who's kissing who? God, the script's getting all
Everyone.
jumbled. Oh God.
Uh,
The script's getting all jumbled.
I think that'd be the milk cream and the dinosaur. Kidding.
But yeah, that session took a bit longer than the knife throwing. So my knife throwing group, what are you all doing? What are you all up to?
Chad was kind of looking around for a game that he thinks he might be able to actually do.
Yeah. Jolene is just kind of following whoever is going to lead, because she wants to let everybody have a chance at games that they could possibly win and win a prize, and making sure that Amos doesn't run off and on his own, because that's something I wouldn't put past Amos.
Growl it.
Not denying it.
To quickly address chat, I get that you would help with a goal, and I understand if you can't put in the full amount. Even putting in a partial can still cause interesting things to happen, though. So we managed to get, like, say, for example, halfway through this goal, I'll make something happen. Don't worry. So you all are just looking for an interesting game.
Yeah.
Well, no, specifically something that the hand challenged ones can do.
Okay. I think I might have one for you. Hmm. Okay. I've got a game for you. As you are kind of wandering around, you see what appears to be a
One sec.
small.
Corbin Pro tipped $5. Blep's tongue.
Corbin, thank you so much for that $5 tip. Sorry, the text-to-speech was going.
Okay.
All right, you're good.
Okay. And thank you to Corbin. I'll make something happen. What was I saying? You see what appears to be a clear container standing out in the middle of the road, or rather the pathway. Beside it, you can see one of the road figures just kind of leaning against the container, and they look rather bored. Inside the container, you can see what appear to be little bits and pieces of brightly wrapped candy. And they are kind of either along the bottom of the container, or they are stuck upon one of the arms of the container. For inside the container, there is a small, thin pole with little bits and pieces of stick sticking out of it, and at the end of each of those sticks is a little spoon. None of the candies appear to have latched onto any of the ends of the spoons. They instead might just be hanging off one of the pole arms, or they're just along the bottom. You can see beside the container a, what do you call it? A sign that just simply says, 1 ticket, drop the candy onto a pole, or drop the candy onto a spoon, and receive all the prizes therein.
Well, I don't know what these are, candy, but I'll give it a go. He's kind of looking around for some means of actually doing so.
You can see that there's a bucket full of the brightly shiny covered, or the shiny wrapped candies just right there. The rope figure kind of like dully looks over at you, and he just holds out a hand asking for a ticket.
Jolene is going to give him the ticket, or them the ticket, and then let Jet do the thing.
All right, I need 2d10s now. Is this a d10? I forget. It is.
Excuse me.
So I'm going to roll this. All right. We check my little thing over here. Oh, I got to roll it 3 times. Hey, that doesn't really make sense. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, but I'll put it in there anyway. All right. Okay, I've made my rolls. You get to roll all 3. Good luck. The uh, the proprietor simply just as soon as he takes a ticket, hands you a shiny piece of candy and gestures to the open bucket.
$22 total.
Okay. Go ahead and describe how you're plopping in the piece of candy.
So I'm guessing. One moment.
Dun dun dun. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Sorry, cat decided to lay on my foot again.
No worries.
I've kind of lost track of. Okay, so it's one of those buckets. It's basically drop in trying to land on something in particular.
Do I need to draw it out?
Maybe, yeah.
All right. So if you all look over to the left side of the screen, there's the bucket. In the middle of the bucket is a pole. And on that pole are various like sticks. And at the end of each of those sticks is a spoon. And your goal is to drop a piece of candy onto one of these spoons.
Okay. Fully open bucket.
A fully open bucket, you can drop it literally anywhere. The idea is that it floats down and hopefully lands on one of the spoons.
Oh, is there water in there?
Yes.
Okay. He's going to kind of just hold it in his mouth and kind of try and judge where the best spot to drop it is. Is anything moving in there?
There's not.
Okay. And I assume that the candy is kind of like wrappered and stuff, so it's not perfect ball.
Correct.
He's gonna try and drop it like perpendicular to the spoon. Also, Werny, we're getting some background noise from you. He's gonna try and drop it like perpendicular to one of the spoons.
Okay.
Not right next to it, but kind of like a little bit for it on the stick.
The piece of candy plops into the bucket and it kind of like swishes around, bumping off of one stick. Dink, 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 clunk. And it hits the bottom of the bucket. The proprietor just kind of like shakes his head and he offers you another piece of candy.
He'll try again.
Okay. Go ahead and roll again.
He kind of was watching where it fell so he could get a good grasp on it. 5, 15.
Okay, go ahead and drop it in again.
He does so.
The candy plops into the bucket and it sways as it drifts downward, and it almost looks like it's going to hit one of the spoons before it just drifts just barely past it and falls to the bottom of the bucket. Like, you were that close.
He kind of he looks up at the robed individual with the big sad puppy dog eyes.
Oh, the robed individual. He just goes like, there's no awing from him. But he got a cup to his hands together. He's just like, he like holds them up to his face and it's just like,
Kind of like
and he
the
hands you another piece of
"Aw"
candy. It's like a
yeah.
very, very silent, like, aw.
He'll take it and kind of give a little wag before adjusting and waiting for everything to settle again before dropping again.
Okay.
That was almost a 6. 18.
That's 18?
7, 9, 2.
Oh, shit. Okay. This candy, unfortunately, just goes right to the bottom. Proprietor, he kind of like looks left, he looks right, and he hands you one last piece of candy.
Another wag and another try. Unless he's allowed to keep this one. I'm not liking my luck right now.
With all luck, you roll a.
Oh.
That
What'd you
roll.
roll?
It.
9.
9.
9. The candy clinks off of another piece of candy on the inside, and they both drift down to the bottom. The proprietor, unfortunately, he shakes his head and he holds out a hand for another ticket if you want to continue.
Jet looks over at Jolene with the big puppy dog eyes.
She looks back at you, and it looks like for a second she is unswayed. She looks at the tickets in her hand, and she is going to say, "Make this one count, darling. Though those puppy dog eyes do not work on me." She hands the ticket over, and she says, "I just want to see what the prize is."
I kind of do
the
too.
amount of like the amount of stuff that is kind of not managed to get there. It's like it has to be a great, haul to be worth so many candies. God, now I'm wanting candy. God damn it. I'm not supposed to eat a lot of candy either.
Nobody is.
But I have
That's
a
so
crunch
good.
bar.
Never
so Doesn't bad mean we're for us. Why would supposed it to. Taste
so good? All right, go ahead and make your roll. The proprietor offers you 4 pieces of candy and allows you to make your roll. What you get?
12.
Got 12. Okay. Go ahead and describe to me how you plunk it in.
He's gonna go try and go for one of the higher up ones. Spoons, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna kind of paw it on the ground a bit, try to get the little wrapper ends more tight against it before picking it up and dropping it in.
It splashes down, floats side by side as it drifts. Your heart stops in your chest. And then it clunks right into one of the spoons.
Hooray! He looks up at...
Miracle.
He gives a happy little bark and looks up at the proprietor.
The proprietor just kind of gives like a, okay. He doesn't say anything, of course. And he kind of tips the bucket upside down, spilling out all the water and all of your prizes. You have collected probably about 25 pieces of brightly wrapped something. Go ahead and start opening them.
Ladies
Well,
and
so
gentlemen, it's
wish.
Christmas.
He'll more look up at the robed guy and be like, tilting his head. Are these what I got? What are
He
they?
nods. He shrugs.
Jolene is going to say the. I hope this don't sound rude, but can you all not speak? I'm just curious because I haven't heard any of y'all speak.
He nods.
Now it all makes sense. Well, there's only one way for us to find out what these are then. She's going to look at the pile. And then look at Jet. Then look at the pile.
Jet's gonna try and open one of the wrappers. Probably the one that
Okay.
won.
The one that won reveals itself to be a shiny gold coin.
Oh! I was expecting actual candy in there, not, Is it actual gold or is it chocolate wrapped? Or one of those.
It's actual
chocolate
gold.
Oh, cool! Well, he's gonna keep opening the rest.
The rest that you open up seem to be a variety of different objects. Some actually are candy, or at least this, like, this sweet tasting chocolatey thing. Others reveal themselves to be marbles, wooden balls, as well as coins of various value, including some copper, silver, and, well, unfortunately, no other gold coins.
Oh.
Altogether, you find about 3 wooden balls, 5 marbles,
One moment.
10 candy.
Sorry, was pulling up a thing to make notes. Okay, 3 wooden balls.
Mm-hmm.
1 gold. What else?
5 marbles.
5 marbles.
How much is that altogether? How much? I think I said 10
That's-
candy.
You said 25 that were in there, and then he had also handed me 3 more that I hadn't played with yet.
Yeah.
So
So altogether, that's what? 20, 28?
28.
Okay. I said 10 candy. How much altogether have I actually said down there so far?
9.
No, that doesn't make sense. 10 candy is more than 9.
You said 3 wooden balls, 5 marbles, 8, 18.
18?
Wait.
You find yourself about 8 copper. Okay, how many is that now?
26.
And the rest silver.
Two.
Oh, 10 actual candy. Okay. Okay. I was so confused here. I'm like, wait, what? Where are you getting your math?
I know my math.
Well, I missed
And
that.
I know 10's less than 28.
Well, there was like... Because you were referring to all of them as candy. So I was like, okay, yeah, there were 28
Well, yeah,
total
that
things
was to
wrapped up
trick
like
you.
candy. Well, you succeeded.
A little.
Anyway, that's what
will.
you find. The proprietor he just shrugs, and he goes to a nearby like little faucet or water bucket, and he kind of pours in more water, and he just kind of absentmindedly tosses in like about 5 or 6 more of those little candy things into the bucket, and they sink down and placing themselves into the bottom or on the poles, and he just kind of sits leaning against it waiting for the next contestant.
Well, Jet is going to... He's going to sniff because he can probably... I assume he can tell that what most of that is. Or at least, deductive reasoning. But the actual candy would be foreign to him, presumably. So he's kind of going to sniff at one of them.
Like the candy?
Yeah, the actual candy.
It smells sweet.
He'll lick it.
It tastes sweet.
He'll eat it.
It's kind of... It's eaten sweet. It's a kind of chocolate that is a bit hard, probably to keep it from melting within the water. But as soon as it hits your tongue, you can feel it beginning to melt in a delicious kind of like a puddle. You almost have to resist the urge to swish it as you just kind of like lick your chops. And slowly the sweet chocolate river just kind of flows back, and you feel very satisfied having eaten it. It doesn't fill you up at all, not like the popcorn did, but still, it's something that you wouldn't mind having again.
He's going to offer one to Jolene and Amos. Hey, this is really good. You both should try it.
I wanna accept it, put it in my mouth, because it looks.
Well, no,
like
no. You're supposed to sniff it, and then lick it, and then eat it.
Can't sniff. No. But yeah, she's gonna, because she saw that you did the thing. She kind of, while you were just licking it, she gave you a slightly disapproving look at first, but then as you ate it, she's just like thinking, oh, well, it must be like that stuff you called butter. It must be some kind of edible thing. So when you offer it, she just kind of pops it in and then just tastes it.
It tastes sweet. It tastes good to you. There's almost kind of like a chocolate smudge, a brownish smudge that kind of like exists around your mouth before slowly fading away as you carefully chew and swallow it.
Yes. Jolene will kind of look thoughtful for a second and say, well, this is quite a pleasant little treat. Wonder what it is. Gonna look on and see if there's any like label on the wrapper things that say like a marker of what they are. Or
It's a marker of 3 leaves intertwined.
Why does that sound familiar? Wonder. Yeah, she's gonna look back at the rest of the stuff and then looking at Jed and say, "Do you got room in your bag for all the little knickknacks, or?"
We'll say yes.
Because I wasn't sure
Well-
how much bulk they would take up, so.
Something like this would take up 0 bulk.
Yeah.
At least
Yeah,
at
I
this
think-
amount.
I figured it was going to be negligible, but thought I'd still double check.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's negligible. We're good. I ain't gonna make you have to take out something important for a wooden fucking ball that's the size of like your thumb.
I mean,
But I
to be
don't
fair,
have thumbs.
Yeah, I was about to say none of us have thumbs really. Argus might, I guess, have a thumb.
No,
claw,
he
I got
doesn't.
thumb claws.
But,
I have grippy claws.
You have claws, but
I
They're
mean,
thumb enough.
is there one that kind of sits off to the side in a way that
No.
could be a grabber? Okay, then no thumb claws for Argus. But yeah, Jolene
Argus
is gonna
has
pick
2
up one of the-
claws.
2? Oh, why did I think they had 3?
Yeah,
Anyway,
they're just
Jolene's
2
gonna-
claws that point forward.
I have 3 claws.
But yeah, Jolene's
Official
gonna pick up one of
tyrant
the
does not.
marbles and
I'm special.
I'm gonna be nice.
All right. The game is done. What do you all do next?
More games.
Amos, you there?
I'd say right about at this point is when both groups kind of meet back up.
Did you eat the chocolate?
No.
No? Why no?
And puppy. And chocolate for puppy.
I
So
mean,
is Jed, but
yeah. To be fair, you also, even if it was bad for you, I don't think you would know that. But yeah. So, yeah, if we're meeting back up, I think everybody, the other group would just see Jolene kind of holding one of the marbles and just kind of occasionally looking at it, like, because I'm not sure if these are the color marbles with the nice swirly patterns and such on the inside, or clear marbles or what. But marbles are usually pretty.
Yeah, they're pretty,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're of various different types. Some with swirls, some without.
Jet is Jet gathered them all up into his bag. But he definitely was enjoying looking at the one of the ones with the swirls.
Yep. It kind of reminds you of something, actually.
Also, Orm, could you come out here, please?
Oh, my headset almost fell off.
His headset almost fell off, everyone.
Cough, 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 cough.
What is it planning?
I'm in a lot of pain and it's excruciating to walk. So I'm asking him to get me some water real quick.
I'm being murderlated.
All right, sorry about that, everybody. Where were we? Oh, right, we're meeting back up.
Mouse and red swirls.
Yes, marble with red swirls. That is a thing that I have.
I see.
Swirl?
Well.
But he put it
Alex
into his
knows-
bag for the moment.
Azurith will wave to the well, not wave, just more or less like, ah, hey there. And
Jolene's
he
gonna-
will walk up to the other three with a little jingle, jingle, jingle of his scales.
The scales that jingle, jingle, jingle.
They're the new jingle bells, S6 jingle scales.
Yeah.
We'll sing you the song later.
As you're y'all are making your way over, Jolene kind of waves and pulls out her little prize and we'll say, "Hey, look what I got! Look, I want the knife throwing game."
Use.
And I got some stuff that they called candy.
Azurith was blinking multiple times, unsure what to take of this. Jolene won the knife throwing contest, which means she's good with a knife. Jet has candy. Okay.
It's called snow.
What's called snow?
Oh, the candy's called snow? But the sign said it was candy.
The powdered water, it's called snow.
The...
Well,
Oh! How... What?
It's a long story.
Also, those floating things are called popcorn.
No, I'm pretty
Corn
sure
go
those are
pop.
butter.
It's called popcorn.
Corn go pop.
Oh, then why do I remember butter when I eat them? But does that mean you're going to
Shrug.
try some now?
Not yet.
I don't know what popcorn is. Is it corn
Well.
go pop?
Well, how about you try this? And he's pulling out some of the chocolates.
No, thank you. Azurith turns his head away.
Jolene will say, "They're honestly really good, really sweet and tasty."
Join us. Join us.
Yeah, she's staring at the little chocolates. It's just kind of like that look that a kid in the candy store would get, the greedy look of "I want it all." But she's also floating a little behind Jet at the moment, so waiting to see if everybody takes the offer.
Well, Azurith is declining. What about Dart and Argus?
I'll have some back at the house.
Oh, okay. Are we heading out now then?
No, I
No?
think we can stay around a little bit more.
Do you still think they're plotting something? Also, Orem, if you're talking, you're not coming through.
That's because I'm muted.
Smart.
I am.
Uh,
I still have tickets. I haven't played any games. They took me to talk to a ball.
Confused blink.
we'll explain later. For now, let's just have fun, and we'll talk about everything later.
How many tickets you got left, darling?
4?
Actually,
well, only one was used, so technically...
oh,
no, all
only one was used?
three,
Oh,
because
yeah.
it was one per each
One
of you.
ticket per, yeah. Say, I thought it was one
Right on.
ticket per.
Is that right?
What's up?
Or... How many tickets were used for the fortune teller?
One.
Oh,
You
I
said it
still
was
have
one
4 tickets.
each.
We only got one fortune.
Each fortune.
Uh,
Oh. Oh, and because they all three had a shared fortune, it was only one ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I still have 4 tickets. That's like lots of things.
Jolene is going to look at the direction of that one tent with the whatever the acrobatics is, and look at her one ticket and say, "Do we want to go see what was in that? Do we know what a tent is? I forget."
You know that
Yeah?
it's a structure.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if we knew the name of it. Jolene's gonna say, that structure over there. Do we want to see what that's all about, or do we want to play more games, or do we want to get more tickets so we can go do things?" And then thinks for a second and says, "Actually, if we all want to go in there, we'll have to get more tickets. I've only got one left."
We have
I-
we have 4.
There's 6 of us. Hang on, actually, one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it doesn't count himself.
Jolene
Oh, wait,
will,
6.
yeah, Jolene will just point to you as you say yeah, and then as you say that, she just kind of nods. She'll just kind of tilt forward and back.
Azurith chuckles.
Yeah.
So, we
And we
spend...
could get more tickets.
Here, I could spend one of my gold coins.
Okay. If you want to do that, darling, then we'll have. Jolene kind of like starts just moving her nubbly as if she's like pointing at things, obviously counting. We would have. That would be 10 tickets, so we would have 4 for other things if we all go in that structure. So. And we could go
Yeah,
play.
Azurith is now dashing off.
As he dashes off, she just kind of puts a nubbly up in the air for a second, with her mouth open like she was about to say something, then just kind of lowers the nubbly and closes her mouth.
Azurith goes get more tickets by heading to the ticket booth thing. When he arrives, he presents 1 gold coin.
The ticket booth kind of like the creature behind the stand had actually fallen asleep.
Oh, bless.
She kind of blearily like looks up and it's just like holds out a hand and takes the gold coin, plops it in the bag, and hands you 5 tickets before just like thunking back down back asleep.
Oh my god. Jet, you're the first person to see the tickets get handed.
That's not Jet, that's Azurith.
Yeah, Azurith.
Azurith is the first person to see it.
Yeah.
I would like to do something extremely funny if I could. I like to, when Azurith just slides to a stop, snow piles up onto the ticket person.
Oh, they're
Which makes
behind
it
the
look-
stand.
Oh,
Yeah. I say they're probably safe from that because stand, but that would have been pretty funny.
aw. Oh, that's fine.
You can just pile snow on one of our group when you dash back.
Who says I wasn't already planning that?
Oh no.
It definitely has
Picture
to be
this.
Amos.
Picture this. In the distance, there's that anime smoke running. I was like, oh, hey, he's coming back. Wait, that's a bit too fast. He comes to a screeching halt. Only Amos is covered, even though it looks like the entire group would have.
Perfectly shaped holes for each of us.
It's forgive me, but it's like the Phineas and Ferb episode where the tidal wave comes and sprays on the boat, only hits Candace. I'm young, so I remember these things. For some reason.
RZ is a baby compared to most of us.
Listen, I'm 19 turning 20 next week.
You are the baby.
Baby.
I am baby. This is fine.
Small baby.
Shall we
Anyways,
continue?
Yes.
Sidetracking aside. Yeah. So, when Azurith gets back, Jolene is going to kind of look to the structure again, and then everybody. Shall we go in, or shall we use the 4 extra tickets for more games first?
Just a quick pause. Are you all gonna talk about what happened?
Oh, I thought we were gonna do that.
No, we're just logging around the thing.
Yeah,
No
like you
one
got the
asked,
thing, you
so-
got the what was
Oh, yeah,
stated.
there was a big thing. That's right. It's as big
No
as
one
one of
asked
them.
about it, so
Now
I
they.
guess it wasn't important.
I honestly
We're just
forgot
not
it
going
was...
to acknowledge it.
Yeah, I completely forgot that it was literally a thing as big as one of the party members. So
Oh,
yeah.
you
Oh
have both that
right.
and you have like the prophecy and shit. So like, I
Yeah.
kind of figured you
Well-
all would maybe want to have a quick discussion on that.
I thought we were going to as well. I figured, hey, they try the candy, and then they tell us, and then but then we're just kind of like, hi.
Well, that's why I'm bringing it up because it's like that seems slightly important.
Yeah, no, because now that I remember that it's actually the size of a person or a mon, I think Jolene would have actually noticed that. So wait, who had it? Was it? Oh, did
Argus?
Argus tied it to Dart?
Yeah, I
is
tied
what-
it to Dart's back.
That's a funny idea, but yeah, Jolene would as if just realizing that there's a thing there, kind of point at the thing and just kind of say, "Ooh, what is that, and why is that tied to you?"
It is tied to my back. What it is, we don't know. But it's apparently important.
It's Dart's personal representation of his personal space.
Yep. Do you, like this is the cheapest way I could say this is my no square. Do not intrude.
And a follow-up question from Jolene will be, where did you, when, where, and why did you get that?
We got
We-
it from the talking ball.
Fortune teller.
Oh,
I have to say, while I feel while I am skeptical of her methods, she's good. I cannot deny she's good.
well, coming from you, I will take that at full face value. If you think she's good, then I think that must be true. But what all did you find out? Jolene's gonna float a little bit down and a little bit closer, more interested as the conversation continues.
Well, we could probably burn the moonlight trying to figure out exactly what it all means because she very much spoke in riddles, but she's the one in charge around here, at the very least.
Oh, well, that's interesting to know. Well, she has I guess a flair for fun and what's the word I'm looking for? Dramatics?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. Dramatics. Quite nice, if you ask me. But well, do you want to talk about what she told you, or do you want to wait till we go back and just enjoy our time here for now?
She told us we
around.
need this thing. And something about a constellation with us
It-
and a flag going down.
I think some of the more details would be best discussed when we're in less of a public space, but she could see what had basically happened to us, the lack of info prior to our awakening, and she saw the situation Starlight was in.
And Jolene kind of starts like doing the little tilt, like she's nodding, and then she like stops, blinks for a second, as if processing, and then with a kind of slight, almost frown of concern, says, "You say she could see the lack of information from before we woke up and what happened? That's kinda scary."
Scary yet oddly calming.
It's reassuring to know that we have an ally.
I wouldn't go so far as to say ally, but
Okay, trustworthy.
hey, it's like at least when three of us were in a dark tent, didn't get immediately captured or murdered, so I consider that a win.
The snow begins to fall.
Also,
Light-
she knows about the push go.
Light flakes begin to
Finished.
fall down around each of you, touching, mixing amongst the popcorn, which is now faded to the barest whispers of the kernels. Like just it was rare now for one to be floating down. The snow itself has begun to obscure the area, almost unnoticed. It had almost come upon each of you in an unnoticed fashion. Just what had turned out to be a slow snowfall had begun to kind of pick up. There's something about this that seems bad.
It's gonna make when noticing the snow, Jolene's gonna kinda look at around where the group is, then kinda start floating a little higher and say, "I'm not sure that we should stay much longer. This the fact that I didn't realize that there was so much snow and now I can't see much very well is concerning, to say the least."
Maybe we should go into the big thing over there and maybe the snow. Yes, snow. Maybe that'll subside by the time we're done in there. Just a thought.
Jolene
And
is
then we
gonna
can do games after. Because we still have a lot of tickets.
Yeah, let's get inside.
That sounds good to me.
nod in agreement and
Push.
gonna start going that way.
Okay. Each of you begin to head towards the big structure. And it's where the flags themselves seem to be extending from, to the very top. And after handing your tickets over to the individual at the door, you can see why. What had assumedly had once been the popcorn making area had now been replaced with a giant arena of sorts, a sand filled pit with all sorts of different little structures and poles set up to allow for great movement. You can already see some of the robed figures swinging from pole to pole via a variety of means. And even though they are wearing fairly heavy cloaks, they are still able to deftly hold onto and acrobatically monkey their way over onto wherever it is that their destination is. The crowd already around is oohing and awing at the spectacle. Each time one of them almost appears to miss, they just gasp back in surprise, and every time they manage to land safely and give a bow to the crowd cheers.
Oh. I assume the group will go find a seat for all of them to sit in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll go find a seat. Jet will kind of sniff into his bag and munch a little bit of the popcorn, which he's still convinced is actually called butter.
Mhm.
All right.
I think
You all managed to
Jolene could do that. Sorry.
you each managed to find your way to your seats, and the air of the entire area has grown cold. You can each see your breaths as the snow outside continues to feel like it builds up. But the show is enjoyable. In front of you, you can see what appears to be two of the colorful characters running out with some kind of a platform, and a third one suddenly flips out from the crowd itself, springs onto the springboard, as it turns out, to fly high and land on top of one of the poles to the oohs and ahs of the crowd.
Ah.
We.
But even then, the sound is muffled, and the charm has its edge taken just off. Each of you are finding it very hard to enjoy what's going on in front of you.
Jolene
Is
is
it?
kind of glancing around, kind of nervously. He, but obviously trying to watch the show and enjoy, but not quite comfortable. And a bit, occasional, occasionally, gosh dang it, will like you could do a like turn around to glance behind, and not obviously kind of anxious and worried and keeping an eye as best as she can on all of the surroundings.
What are the rest of you doing?
Jet is also going to be keeping an eye out. He's gonna move a little closer to Amos. Because heat source. As we all just dogpile on Amos.
Dogpile dog.
It's not dogpiling, it's doing the penguin huddling.
Now, Argus is squeezing Amos from the other side, trying to keep warm from all the cold. He doesn't like the cold.
Amos just sighs, noticing he's being used as a heat source.
That's going to be
The
more transfixed on the change of weather and how it's intensifying, less on the actual acrobatic show.
The acrobats themselves, like the crowd and the acrobats themselves, don't really seem to have noticed that anything is too amiss. The acrobat who had launched themselves high into the air manages to swing along various trapezes. I believe that's what you call them. Flipping between each one and then hanging onto another colorful character before performing a flip and landing on top of another platform somewhat more centralized in the middle of the arena. There are some explosions from the bottom as various different kinds of fireworks and noisemakers set off in the celebration of this feat. And that's when you all hear it. Somewhere in the back of your minds, tap, tap, tap.
Oh no.
Everyone probably just freezes up.
I called it! I freaking called it! We were having a good time, too.
I didn't get to do any games.
Shh, everything will be fine.
I feel like somebody said that it was going to be something with the circus, and then someone else said that it would be something coming to the circus that causes us the trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not in the least bit surprised. But Jolene is instantly going to just like wide eyes, mouth going into a kind of doing the little squiggle that you see when something is extremely disturbed, like kind of unhappy, disturbed or something in like cartoons and such, and kind of just start turning and looking left and right, back and forth, very, very anxiously.
It's quiet from Azurith. His once shaking scales from the cold have now just stopped.
None of you see anything. There's nobody around. Certainly none of the monsters you had seen before. But all the same, you had heard it. Clear as day. The tap, tap, tap.
Who am I sitting closest to?
Here we should
That's up to
discuss
all of you.
this. I mean, we could just place our tokens in like a line or something.
Sure.
Okay, let's see. I know that.
Where's my token at?
Down here. Everything's down here. And like rearrange how you want. This I'm just randomly placing stuff.
I know I am clutching to Amos.
I see. Yeah, is there any
And as
specific
soon as I hear that,
Oh, I
Amos,
have
you are
no
getting
preference.
squeezed.
Okay, so you want to be on the edge? Okay.
I have no preference.
Yeah, go between.
Row. Row.
Yeah, as soon as Argus hears that, Amos is getting squeezed like hard. As Argus tries to fight back a panic attack.
And then
Yeah,
look,
Dart-
not everything.
Dart's just gonna kind of like hear that tap tap tap, and he's going to turn to Jet first, and then Azurith, and just be like, "I think we need to leave."
I would definitely agree with you on that.
I'm afraid if
But
we
where
go
are
out,
they?
I'm afraid that if we go out, we'll be in the open for them.
As opposed to being sitting here for them to come to us.
In the open doesn't matter. Do you remember our bat friend?
Rygon,
What's up?
the top of the tent, is it open?
It is.
Jet's gonna look over at Jolene. Do you think you could maybe go up carefully through that hole up there, Jolene? And let us know where they are?
I will ask you now, Rygon. Is it higher up there than I could get up on the house when I tried to do that?
It is, but now you've kind of got a little bit of motivation, don't you?
Yeah, panic and fear. So
I'd say you can probably make it, but it won't be a very common occurrence.
yeah,
You got
figured-
adrenaline flowing through that cream.
yeah. I figured I'd ask just to make sure before I said yes or no. Jolene is at that just not even going to say anything. She's just going to start darting up, like she's going to go at the quickest speed she feels is like safe, like trying to make sure she doesn't get in the way of it. Such, just darting up to peek out and gonna survey as best as she can.
As you slowly float your way up there, you take care and just barely manage to avoid missing one of the acrobats as they fly past you. They land on a nearby platform and kind of like raise their hands up and like what the heck are you doing? But obviously you are a bit occupied. You're too busy to respond back.
Yeah.
You float
Anything-
out of the hole up at the top.
What she's gonna do is she's gonna do her best to just like look around before like peeking out. To see if she can see anything like on the top, and then if she doesn't see anything, she's gonna kind of peek out, doing her best to like not fully go out, but
As you peek,
Yeah.
oh yeah, as you peek out, you come face to face with the monster. It stares at you, listening. What do you do?
Oh, Jolene keeps her mouth like sealed shut and will start to like very slowly descend and keeping an eye directly where that thing was, and it's obvious to anything that's like looking in her direction at all. Panicked and terrified. She's actually like her. She's not. It's not making much noise, but she's vibrating. I don't think it would make any real noise, but there's like ripples going around her, like she's like you might think of like if something made of liquid was kind of shivering. That's the word I was looking for. Like what would happen if something made of liquid shivers. But and she's kind of not paying as much attention to anything else as she is to that specific spot.
As you slowly sink down, the smallest vibrations of your body jiggling, you can see that the monster is just some ways away. It's just listening, covered in its decidedly much more evil looking cloak than it is for the colorful cast of characters that were running this establishment. As you float downwards, you actually sense that there's someone behind you.
Slowly turn around.
It's one of the acrobats. And you can see that he is quite angry at you being up there, disturbing the spectacle that they had been trying so hard to perform for the crowd below. And in order to try and demonstrate that, hey, you got to get out of here, he claps his hand right in front of your face.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What did the rest of you do? Just in that time while Jolene was floating up there.
We
Jet was
we should go tell
watching.
we should
Sorry.
go tell fortune teller guy.
It
He
was
knows
the-
about the alabaster gleam. Maybe he knows how to stop those things, and he would
Wasn't,
want to know that they're at the
Mind's
circus
You mean
or at
she?
this thingy.
Yeah.
She would want to know. The ball would want to know.
Jet was just watching Jolene go, waiting for her to come back. But he's just gonna kind of idly reply to Argus. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I think we need to find a way out of here. Preferably not where they are.
We need to find a way to sneak away and be quiet doing it.
Let's just wait for Jolene to get back.
Wait,
Yes,
we
Around
don't
you-
have to be that quiet. There's a whole cheering crowd around us.
Around you, you can hear just a symphony of boos as the crowd begins to understand that the spectacle has been put on halt due to this mysterious figure having floated up there.
Well, Jolene definitely caused quite a distraction.
I think we should try to tell fortune teller guy and warn him.
The girl.
Fortune teller girl. It's a ball. I don't know the gender.
It's irrelevant right now.
Really is. It's not relevant at all.
What's relevant is I think we should go. Maybe she can help.
And this is while Jolene was floating up there. And,
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
slowly moving up. So, should we leave now and leave Jolene behind, or?
Definitely not.
No, wait for Jolene. We're not leaving Jolene behind.
Okay, we'll wait for Jolene. Hopefully everything was just a ruse.
Argus is gonna stand up and try to wave for Jolene to come back.
And at that moment that you stood up and you were trying to wave to get her attention, that's when the clap happened. As Jolene had turned around to the figure. And for a brief second, there is absolute silence in the entirety of the tent. Before suddenly the performer is wrenched right out of a hole at the top of the tent. Jolene, you can hear for a brief second something wet before his body crumples down to the floor below. And at that moment, the entirety of the tent screams. Everyone is trying to get out now. What do y'all do?
Oh, oh, fluff. We need to hide.
We don't want to lose each other. Huddle together.
You all are being kind of pushed and pulled. The crowd moving in between each of you. Everyone just kind of desperate to escape. Though none of you can really hear it, you can hear what sounds to be tap, 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 moving closer and closer to where the tent is. The great ruckus of noise catching the creature's attention, assumedly. I want each of you to roll me a strength check to see if you stay together. And I will roll one as well.
A strength check.
Yeah. No, I didn't roll very well. Oh, very nice. Well, I rolled like shit, so the crowd, I guess, isn't doing that great.
The crowd is very weak. It's a crowd of
Each-
Jolene's.
Each of us rolled 1 except for Azurith, who rolled 2.
Azurith is standing his ground.
We're all
Azurith-
clinging to Azurith.
Yeah, Azurith, you are a fortress in amongst the sea of bodies. You, like everyone, is able to kind of stick together onto you, and you are the one who would be able to maneuver through the crowd if you need to. Jolene, what do you do?
Jolene is like anybody who actually would be looking at her from the group would see that she almost screams. She like covers her mouth as it starts to open, and obviously silencing herself, and then starts to very, very quickly go down towards the group while keeping her eyes like peeled for any sign of movement from the hole in the top of the tent, or at the anything possibly trying to push its way in from the entrances, just darting her eyes back and forth as she goes to try and get to the group.
Azurith would keep his eyes the best he can glued onto Jolene, even taking small steps forward to slowly approach. It was in his intention, even if the group got separated, he would try to go for Jolene first.
Okay. Are you all meeting up in the stands, or is somewhere in the arena?
I want to probably say the lower part of the stands and outer skirts of the arena. Best way to put it.
Where
Okay.
there's less people.
I assume like we're kind of like trying to move as close as we can to Jolene, just so Jolene doesn't go as far.
If I want to say this little mountain area is the tent. Jolene's probably up here. Azurith's trying to move everyone closer to it, so probably about, I don't see here.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, the crowd is still surging. They're still moving along. Go ahead and roll one more strength check, please.
All of us?
Yep. And you got to roll a 5 or better.
A 5 or better.
Argus, you're being pulled away. The crowd has managed to kind of squirm its way between you and everyone else, and you have been carried by the tidal wave of bodies away from the rest of the group. Luckily, though, it seems like you're heading towards the door.
I'm not so sure that's lucky right now.
I was gonna say, unlucky. You're heading towards the door where it's open and such, and yeah.
Actually, the openness probably isn't bad.
I don't know about that.
Well, the sound it won't travel near as well because it's not echoing, and there's a whole group of people that are going to be attacked, and I could just go the opposite direction of the sound.
See the logic, but there's some flaws in it.
I see no flaws, for I am being carried away. Help!
It's Argus. Argus will probably somehow magically get his way back.
Did you seriously just say that?
In character? No.
I was about to say, like, I would tear you a new one.
Yeah.
No, that is definitely not Azurith's personality. No, he's more straightforward and hard hitting.
Oh, very hard-headed.
Hmm.
I mean, what?
Very. Listen, I'm a fortress right now. Also, we're
Your time
probably
is ticking.
standing still, trying to look for Jolene and track her movements.
Okay.
They,
I will say at this point, you all have about 3 minutes. So make your plans, make your decisions. You've got 3 minutes to get out of this.
In game or 3 minutes to discuss it.
3 minutes in real time.
Okay.
Okay. I would say we try to group up and cut our way out of the tent in the opposite direction of where the crowd's going.
Agreed. Do we notice Argus getting separated?
Yes.
Okay. Immediately flagged out. No, Argus. We gotta grab him.
Argus is trying to skirt his way around the crowd, like as he's being pulled towards the door, trying to move his way to the edge so he can get around.
Okay, so
Go ahead and roll me a strength check. See if you succeed.
My curse
You
is
do not.
continuing, Lyndon.
yeah.
You do not succeed. You are being carried closer to the door.
So, yeah. Oh boy. I feel like we're seeing Argus getting pulled to danger. Jolene is going to probably be wanting to head to Argus to try and pull them out of the, well, not out of, but through the
2 minutes.
crowd back to the party. So, or help them. So would the rest of y'all be kind of going too, or just?
how crowded is it around us right now?
It's not very crowded at all. Most of the crowd has managed to filter out through the opening in the tent.
Okay. At this moment, as we're trying to say, go to the other side and cut a way out.
Amos is gonna run to one of the walls of the tent and poke one of his claws through it.
Okay. The material is very you're able to get through it pretty easily, and you're able to cut your way hole through the material.
Okay, so that would be around over there.
Let's run out
Hold
through
up.
here.
We should check through the hole before we actually make it too big.
There's where Argus is.
Amos
I could-
peeks through the hole.
You see nothing but snow and the occasional running person 1 minute as they dash past.
It's
Can
safe. We
Argus
should make
try
our
to-
way out here.
Okay.
Can Argus try to cling to the doorway to keep himself from being pulled outside and
Yes, you
lost in the crowd?
Another strength check.
Hey, can Jolene aid Argus?
Yep,
'Cause she would.
You can add your strength check to it.
Okay.
I finally got
You managed to
rolled.
succeed. You are able to hold on to the doorway before the rest of the crowd filters out.
Okay.
30 seconds.
Do I
Now-
need to still roll, or does it?
No.
Okay. So.
Anyway, Azurith would now motion to them and rush over towards the door opening.
Yeah.
Run.
Jolene.
Run.
Yeah, that's what we're
running
doing.
out.
Everyone else, join it.
Amos runs out.
Run.
Argus pulls his tail up and becomes a ball and rolls.
10 seconds.
And then we all run out the door.
Yeah.
All right, you're
Yeah,
out
just-
the door. As you run outside the door, you can sense that the creature from before, at least for you, Jolene, has clambered down the pole and is inside the empty tent now. Your decision, like everything around you, is just a blur. Snow is falling. You can hear tap, tap, taps somewhere in the distance. You can't tell if it sounds close. You can't tell if it sounds far. All that you know is that there is screaming. There is the sound of combat in some areas, and everything is just chaos. What do you choose to do?
We need to head to the fortune teller. It's further back, The crowd won't be going there. Therefore, they won't be following us because they're following all the big sound.
I think she would already know.
I think we should just run into the woods and get away from this as fast as possible.
I agree.
Even if she already knows, she's probably strong enough to be able to fight them off for us because she can see our future.
I don't think that's how that works. We need to make sure we get back home. And we need to make sure that they haven't done anything there.
We need to make sure the other two are okay.
Yes, we need to get out of here. And Jolene is definitely going to be heading in away from the crowd in a direction that's not going to take them, everybody too far away from a path to home. But she is definitely making the move.
Yeah, as they're running along, Dart's gonna be like, "Look, let's get out, but let's help who we can."
I would stick to the outskirts of the carnival and not get stuck inside the crowd.
How close was the main tent to, like, the fortune teller and the games and such?
The main tent was in the middle of the entire area. The fortune teller was more on the outskirts. The entrance that you all popped out from, or rather the exit that you all created, is on the opposite side. You'd have to go back through the tent in some form or fashion or around it in order to get to her.
Well, going through is not an option, absolutely not. Okay, I think we really need... Go on.
Which way is the house? Do we know?
No, you do not.
I don't know where the house is in relation to us. I would say probably a good idea to go to this fortune teller that Argus is talking about. It's the best bet that we have. They seem, from the sounds of it, they may know stuff. They could be somebody that would be very helpful to us.
I can have you roll a knowledge check to see if you know where the house is.
Yeah, I would say that at the mention of them possibly just knowing where the house is and knowing things that they might not be able to, Jolene would also kind of just starts to stop and nod and say that we might actually that's probably a good idea. They might be an invaluable asset.
We can...
Let's make haste. Let's make haste. Let's go.
Lead the way. Let's try to get out of the main area and try to skirt around to wherever they are. Lead the way.
Argus is going to start pushing Dart as the lead to lead the way.
Dart's going to can he pick whichever side of the tent probably has the least amount of noise?
You can try, you listen, and the closest you can tell is that it is the left side.
Besides the quietest?
Yeah.
Okay. Dart's gonna turn his head and gesture. This side seems a little quiet. Let's go.
And the powdered the snow. It'll help muffle our sound.
Clink, 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 clink.
Jolene's gonna kind of try and...
Can I slather Azurith in snow to stop their clinging?
We don't have time for that.
We don't have time for that. There's
I'm keeping track of a timer over here.
But yeah, Jolene's gonna kind of try and be hovering right over Dart as they lead the way, because she wants to be as close to the the front people as possible in case a fight. But she is... One moment.
Argus is pushing Dart.
Well, while you're taking that moment, I have an idea for something for science that we need to do.
For what?
Science. Jet phasing into Azurith partially to stop the jingling.
Oh no.
All I gotta say is, are you sure you want to put yourself in a potential bad situation with that right now?
Oh no, I
just
said
need
I
to-
have an idea for science, not necessarily right now.
Okay.
I was gonna say
It's
right
like,
now. I'm
if you
sorry.
Yeah,
two
I'm
get
not
stuck in
talking-
some sort of a
no.
two-headed like abomination, you ain't gonna be able to walk nowhere.
No, I'm not talking about right now. I am talking about later. That was an idea that I'm like, that might be something we might want to pursue at some point. Something to stop that jangling.
At some
And-
point, we just need to like rubber band every single one of his scales down at all times.
Azurith doesn't stealth. He faces them in combat. Anyways,
But so
Okay,
what I
you go
was-
face him in combat as we go skirt around the tent.
Alright, let Jolene speak.
Yeah, what I forgot exactly what I was saying, but I believe I was saying,
You wanted to float over the head in case of combat?
yeah, because then if combat happens, Jolene can start helping. As she won't be trailing behind and not able to help with what she can do.
Okay,
But
so
she
you're
also
above.
is going to be, yeah, she's also going to be trying to keep a very sharp eye out for anything trying to come this way. And as they're going, is going to say, the thing I saw is very much in that tent. We need to make sure that we do not alert it at all. And she's talking as quietly as she can and still be heard.
Argus is
Huh?
pushing Dart.
Let's just keep moving towards the fortune teller.
Go, 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 go.
Keep on going.
As you reach through the left side of the tent, as you get around it, you begin to identify why it was so quiet. Bodies are strewn left and right on the fairgrounds. And in the middle of all of them is a red-cloaked figure with a white trim standing there. You can see that he has a selection of various different bells on a pole that he has. And above, on the very tip of the pole, is just the banner of Alabaster Gleam. He just stands there.
Menacingly.
He
Very
summoned
menacing.
them to the circus. Or the party.
The moment Azurith sees him, he's immediately about facing and booking it the other way, not saying a word.
You can hear behind you somewhere the tap, tap, tap. It seems they have discovered your entrance, or rather your exit.
Is there like some tents off to like the side? Because we've come around the left side tent. Is there like more tents around the tent? Like maybe we can dip off to the side.
You can try. There are plenty of stalls and tents all around you.
Well, time to start using them to advantage.
Immediately turn to the right. We're not
And
going back. We're
break
not going forward. And the tents on the left, so we're going right.
On the right side is going to be the big tent.
Oh, on the right side is our big tent.
Yeah,
Oh,
we want
Yeah.
to the left side of the big tent, so we're going to our left.
Oh crap! I'm sorry. I thought we came out of the left side, out and turned left. Okay, my bad.
long story
yeah.
short, we're going away from the big tent now
Yeah.
into the stall.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a bit of a physical representation, let me make this a different color here. Red. There we go. That's the big tent. You all came out of there. There's the big entrance. And you all went over onto this side.
Gotcha.
Ah.
See, my perspective of left was like facing out left, but I understand now.
Okay, so we're
Yep.
gonna use Dart as representation here. So we're now going this way.
Yes.
Correct.
I'll just leave everyone grouped up over here for no reason in particular. And use Dart as main
Okay.
token.
Yeah, we're
All right.
ducking and weaving. Do we need to roll?
Yes, you do.
Hey.
All
I'll
right,
do
let
your
me
roll.
check. You need to roll some dexterity, survival, stealth.
All of us.
All of you.
Oh no.
At least I assume if you want to try and stay quiet. If not, then
oh
you don't have to.
no!
What is that roll? Why did I roll a 3?
My curses. My curse is still there, Lyndon.
Yes. I've. Oh, there goes nothing.
I'm going to be honest.
Does
Why?
anyone want to try and save Argus with a willpower and Jolene?
Oh yeah, I have a willpower.
Yep, I'll allow you to use a willpower.
Yeah.
That lets me reroll one.
I think
No,
so.
it's automatic success.
BRB real quick.
Oh, it's an automatic success.
Yes.
So I can turn my 1 into a success.
No. Imagine rolling 4 dice and you need 5 successes. You gain all 4 successes, but you don't have enough. That willpower gives you that 5th success.
It's just
Okay.
some additional. It's basically
I
like
would
you were
need to
given
use 2 willpower because I got 2 1s.
Nope. Think of it as like a 6.
Oh, okay.
And also, those 2 1s already negated the 5, so.
Oh, I thought 1 1 negated a 5.
No, it's
Nope, 2 1s.
yeah. The first one doesn't do anything. Second one, the negation of the thing. Isn't it like every other one would a success?
Every pair of 1s removes a success.
Okay, it's every pair. It's not just every additional. First, okay. But yeah. Well,
Okay.
it is time to use
Okay.
willpower. Now
Yeah,
that I found
I'll
my
use
sheet
a-
again.
I'll use a willpower to guarantee my success.
Well,
Okay.
a
Or at least
success.
1 success.
Yeah.
All right. It comes
Awesome.
pretty close. Jolene and Argus, as you both are kind of working together, you almost bump into the stack of boxes. But thankfully, both of you are quick enough to grab at the toppling tower and re-erect it. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, and you are able to slip away into the tents.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that sigh of relief alerted them.
No. Out ahead of you now is the outskirts of the clearing. You can hear plenty of noise behind you. It seems like things are starting to quiet down, though, as either the crowd has been, well, murdered or have managed to escape successfully. There's still some sounds of fighting, but that does not concern you now. What concerns you is getting out. You've got a straight path ahead of you. Do you take it?
To the future teller. To the talking ball lady.
Yeah, I do still think it is probably wise to try and get to her and get her on the team if possible, if she hasn't been murdered, because she might be an invaluable asset. So Jolene's gonna be looking for Dart moving in that direction. But,
Argus is trying to push Dart to move him faster.
All right. Then you all are right about here. Her tent is about up here. Do you wish to take the trek up?
Yep.
if everybody agrees, then yeah.
I
All right.
agree. I'd say
Agreed.
going tent to tent, trying to stay out of the open as much as possible, and of course being as quiet as possible.
And roll me another dexterity survival stealth. But now any noise you make is going to be amplified. There's not a lot of noises being made now.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, more stealth. Alright then.
I'm the loud one now.
You wish to use a willpower.
I would like to.
Okay, go ahead. Do you have any
Willpower's
willpower left?
it's just an automatic success, so.
Oh, I have all my willpower available.
Dart, as you are kind of moving along, you accidentally step on a piece of broken glass. And it takes everything in your power to keep from yelping out in pain. You succeed, however, and you're able to move along with the rest of the group after a very short stop where you just quietly console yourself. Okay, you all are about here now. You'll have to make one more check to get to the tent.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me a dexterity, survival, stealth.
Oh, that's a good one. I'm a stealthy dino now.
Okay. You all managed to make it to the tent. You can see that the two guards that had been placed there are gone. And the tent itself seems to be relatively undisturbed.
I'm going
think-
to push Dart into the tent so he can check it out.
Well, I was.
I was gonna go
about
in
to-
anyway. You don't need to push me.
Yeah, I was about to say, Jolene would just kind of motion to everybody else, like with the wait here kind of motion, as she kind of points to the tent and then to herself, and starts to kind of float in, hoping
Oh,
that
I was
she.
just using Dart as one of those mirror checks. You know, you hold the mirror out to see what's inside. Dart's my mirror.
I see.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
walk in anyway.
say.
So, essentially, Dart and Jolene have entered the tent.
You see nothing. There does not appear to be anyone inside. It seems that due to the circumstances having taken place, that the leader of this troop has decided to, well, go lead. However, you do see something curious on the table. The crystal ball appears to have an arrow in it pointing north.
Your teller knows the future.
Jolene is going to very, very quietly say as she points to it, "Well, darling, seems that this fortune teller knew something was about to happen and left us a hint. We need to. I think we should follow this clue." And then she's going to kind of look back and back at it, like she's considering the possibility of needing to take it. And then we'll kind of just look at Dart again and say, "Do you think that we should take that, or
Dart's gonna nod.
she's gonna go over and try and take it, and
You're able to pick it up, but it immediately fizzles and dies on you, turning dark and black.
she sits it back down. Well, actually,
Dart's nod's gonna turn immediately to a no shaking, like concerned puppy expression.
Okay, take the treasure. Yeah, we could use this. You know, it'll help us.
Yeah, no.
she's gonna look at it as as she was about to start putting in her bag as it fizzles. Then she's gonna look back at Dart, look back at it, and she's gonna say, as she kind of slowly puts it back down. Well,
It stays
fluff.
dark.
Yeah, she didn't expect it to go back. But she's saying, "Well, Fluff, I don't know what to do now."
Back in my mind, take it anyway.
Yeah, she's gonna look at it. She's gonna open her bag again, and so that she could put it in there, and then she's going to look at it again as if thinking of whether or not, and she's going to go ahead and do it because it's possible we can use it in the future, and not for the intended purpose, at least as a bludgeoning tool.
At least they know we were going to take it, and they left it for us.
It-
Therefore, we're allowed to take it. Because they knew they were going to take it.
I claim it as Dart's new jawbreaker.
Size.
But yeah, she's gonna put it in her bag as long as she can get it in there. Don't actually know how big a
No,
crystal
sure.
is.
It's pretty heavy though.
yeah. Say,
Like as soon as you put it in your bag, you kind of just go like thunk, almost down to the ground before you slowly wobble yourself back up.
yeah. She's gonna kind of look at her bag, close her eyes for a second, and then just start floating slowly out. And she would have taken her little stuffed thing out to put that in there. So now she's just kind of holding the little stuffy.
Oh.
She is like holding that like it is the last rock in her, the last anchor in the ocean, keeping her safe. So
All right. You have yourself the orb now. You have a direction. What do you do?
I'm
Are-
assuming we're both going out there.
But just in relation to like where the tent was and everything, which direction did the arrow point?
It pointed that away.
You know what? That is the direction we need to go.
Yeah, as we get out, Jolene is going to say the very, like, as obviously trying to stay calm and trying to be, like, not assertive, but, like, I don't know the exact word I'm looking for, but she's just going to say, well, darlings, we have a clue, but no fortune teller. We need to go that way, pointing into the north, and say, and we hope that we can get where we need to go. Now, let's get out of here before something bad happens that we can't deal with. Well,
Agreed. Let's go.
Yeah.
Wherever this is leading us.
Argus is going to reach up and try to help Jolene hold her bag since it's sagging so low.
Jolene, why is your bag sagging so low?
she's gonna kind of take the peek the crystal ball at them and say, unless one of you can take it, I'm just gonna hold this.
Jolene,
Azurith,
could you talk up, please? Because you're coming through really quiet for the stream.
Oh, sorry. It is.
I appreciate
to
sticking to character, but yeah.
Yeah, it's hard not to instantly get quieter. But yeah.
Also,
she's-
trap card has been played.
It's a bit late for that.
oh no.
Yeah, but yeah, she's gonna peek the crystal ball at everybody and kind of. Well, darling, unless one of you can take this, I'm gonna keep it safe in case we meet them again and they need it. We can use it somehow in the future.
Why would you? You know what's probably better, safer that we take it in case it doesn't get stolen.
Or we could just throw it at one of those mother fluffers over there.
No, this
Jolene,
is Fortune Lady's crystal ball.
yeah, Jolene kind of looks at Amos, looks at the crystal ball, kind of shakes left to right, and just says, "We don't want to throw this at them unless it's the last resort."
Here,
Then-
I'll hold it.
Can we just hurry before we get attacked? Since
Yeah.
it's really quiet here and it's getting quiet over there, they could probably start hearing us soon.
But yeah, Jolene's gonna give the ball over. I think it was Azurith that said that.
Azurith
Quickly.
does the grabby hands.
I'm gonna quickly
takes the
give it
orb.
over.
Puts it in bag. Scales are now slightly left muscled on one side. I think that's how it would work. I think.
The weight of it tugging the bag against you, yeah. It should.
After that, we start moving.
Post haste.
And that's the end of the session. We just hit our 1 o'clock. That's why I said we were a bit late for that. We had already hit end of session.
We start leaving and immediately fall in a trap hole.
Oh, that would be bad.
All
Although that would
right.
be a very funny way.
We'll go ahead and we'll do our round robin, starting at the top. Aram, what did you like? Something you felt could have been improved? Burning thought or idea?
I love the circus. I wish I got to play some games, but we got fortune teller and we got this cool little device. Burning thought or idea. I had this idea stuck in my head as soon as we heard the tap 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 of running through the little tents and using each tent thing as traps. Like I wanted to go to the dagger place and set off a sound right at the center with all the daggers laying there so that one of the guys would come flying in and kill himself on all the daggers. But that never happened because we succeeded all our stealth rolls.
Zim, something you liked, something you felt could have been improved? Burning thought or idea?
I really enjoyed the little games. For something to improve, I'm kind of with Orem. I kind of wish I could have gotten to do some more, explore this whole setting a bit more. But other than that, I really enjoyed it. And, yeah. The burning thought or idea. Well, we know that the fortune teller, they've had run-ins with the alabaster gleam before. However, I'm beginning to wonder if these things are actually associated with the alabaster gleam.
Good question.
Hmm.
All right, Arzadeu, something you liked, something you felt could have been improved? Burning thought or idea?
Something I liked. I also really liked this session overall. It may be just me, but I do appreciate these tense moments. We have them scarce, and they're really enjoyable when they come. The part beforehand, really nice. Do like how you kept pace with the session, or well, kept the pace moving. Something to prove on. I think all of us. No, I'll say it because even though it may be smaller, less. I think all of us as players need to get more used to these kind of sessions and the quick-paced moments of like, all right, you have 3 minutes. Do this. That's just my thoughts. Burning thought or idea. Well, here's my burning thought. Why the heck would you take a crystal ball from a fortune teller's place?
As I had said, if she didn't want us to take it, she wouldn't have left it with us. Because clearly she foresaw that we would take it.
Face palms once more into the snow.
Also, the way I see it, she might be able to use it to communicate with us later.
Who knows?
Yeah, that's
All right.
something that I was thinking was a possibility. But
All right, Seda, something you liked, something you felt could have been improved? Burning thought or idea?
Hold on just one moment.
I had to remove my headset for a moment.
Okay, I'm good now.
No a woo.
Noah Woo here.
A woo illegal.
Go ahead,
No,
Seda.
no, I'm just like trying to gather my thoughts. I needed to decompress for a second there. No, I really liked this session. I really liked the pacing of it, just how you added in a few little trinkets for us to do and have that healthy balance of fun, some lore, and also the intense finale. It was very, very well put together. I kind of echo the sentiments of the others that like it probably would have been fun to have a little bit of extra game time there, but we made our choices. But leading into that, I think we definitely had some tangents and went on a little bit that interrupted the session time and probably would have given us the opportunity to either experience more or just not rush things. But I also did really like just I think you can't just be thinking for 20 minutes about 1 minute of action. You gotta plan things out, and I like that. It keeps us on our toes. Burning question or idea: why the fluff was she so casual about the alabaster gleam? Just like, oh, I've had a run with those. Like, they're just murdering people. Why are you so calm?
Who knows?
And why is everything from 4 days ago prior blank? What the
Fine.
fluff happened?
I want to point out, I don't know if this is on Rygon's fault of, I don't know the proper word for story things, but he said that we've only spent a few days instead of something like a couple weeks.
I've worded myself very specifically there. So if you want to go back in the VOD and hear exactly what I said, you can. But I did
Okay.
word myself specifically for a reason.
Okay.
All right. Lyndon, something you liked, something you felt could have been improved, burning thought or idea?
Slushy. The stuffy. I love that.
It's Nicket.
Yes, I know.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm jealous of it.
Dave, it's like
Look
it's
at
like my entire
Fluffy.
disappointment is like I didn't.
So
win
am
Flushy.
I. I didn't get to try a game. I got
Yeah.
dragged into fortune telling.
Like
Fortune telling.
and I liked the game itself too, but because there was a chance for anybody to win, and I still want to know how that game actually works, but it was great that I managed to get it, because that was my, I think, the third try, right? And it was like, yes, Jolene tries one method, fails, tries another method, almost does it, and then she's just like, well, if I throw it at just the right point in this specific method, I'm going to get it. And she did. And the popcorn bit was like icing on the cake. But,
That it sliced the popcorn bit in midair.
yeah. Because I was like, man, this just seems like the build up to she actually managed to do it. Like, just the perfect like little thing to add on to say, oh, you got it. So,
Yeah.
When I heard it went through the popcorn bit, I thought I was just gonna go straight through someone's head.
that's dark. But
So is the fact that half the audience got murdered.
yeah. Anyway, the thing I think could be improved, more plush.
Or plush.
More plush.
Okay.
Possibly just, more things, plush things for Jolene to hold on to and cling for dear life to, because she needs an anchor that is tangible, because otherwise
For the future, I still have 2 tickets.
I think we all need an emotional support plush.
yeah, Jolene is
Yeah.
I have
Jolene
an
is,
emotional support plush. Picks up dart.
but yeah, and then
Squeeze dart.
the burning thought or idea that I had was that I think that the reason that they're like, so that she was probably so casual and like the tie is just because that they have had so many run-ins that have went like possibly a little poorly, but just went well enough that like she's like confident that if they show up, it's not going to turn out with a entirely, just catastrophic everybody dies kind of thing. And I think she was just like, oh yeah, you don't have to worry as much because there's, it's not going to go catastrophically, because I think she probably saw what was going to happen to some extent and saw that, you know, we would make it out, and was just like, yeah, well, I'm going to try to make it seem like it's not as much of a thing to worry about, so that you're not constantly just thinking about that specific detail, because a little bit of reassurance can go a long way.
Enough. All right, and finally, last but not least, where animal? Something you liked, something you felt could have been improved, burning thought or idea.
I definitely like the game. It's really and fun to do, and the tense moment at the end was like that we had to like, oh, we had this hurry and act because some shit's going down now. That was pretty neat. I don't have anything for what could be improved come to mind. But burning thought or idea, I have definitely thinking what are the goals of all these things, these monsters that just came out and started murking everyone at this carnival or circus.
Excellent question.
That is part of why I'm
Anyway.
thinking that it's not actually associated with the Alabaster Gleam.
Well, who knows? But yeah, alrighty. So I think that was everyone. Everyone had their say?
Yep.
Wouldn't accept you.
Oh, yep. So for this one, I did want to balance out. This was more of a story heavy session. I wanted to give you all an idea, some directions, a little bit of mystery, and of course, well, just that little bit of a tense moment at the end to remind you all that, hey, there is something kind of going on here. There's things you all got to be doing. But I'm glad you all had fun with the circus, as it were. Did anyone manage to figure out what's up?
Oh, I thought that was just to remind us all that you are the storyteller here, and, well, it's your MO.
But did anyone manage to figure out what the hooded figures were?
I have two ideas as to what it could be, and the first one is the alien thing I mentioned, and for some reason the second thing I thought of was Hitmonlee. I don't know why,
Okay.
but that one popped in my head.
Anyone else?
Was
What's their
Mr.
description
Mime
again?
turned down?
Mr. Mime is more than 3 fingers.
What was their description again?
Oh.
3 fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I only remember 3 fingers.
Faceless face, like smooth, like. They
Eyes
have
and
eyes
no.
but no mouth.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with my guess, Behem. If I
Okay.
pronounce that right.
I don't
Does-
think it's Behem.
No, Behemoth 3 dots.
I'm actually kind of thinking Hitmonlee fits it very well as well. Sorry.
No, no worries, no worries. Then do we all want to have a final vote? And do you all actually want to know what the species is?
I know.
Oh,
I
I
do.
want to know.
I heard one I want to know.
Yeah, two.
I wanna know.
also.
I
What
wanna-
else
Okay.
has 3 fingers and no face?
So then the road figures were Hitmonlee.
Yes.
I gotta say, it's very difficult to try and to run a circus when you can't talk. But they somehow managed to do it.
I don't think it was Behem because there are acrobats.
Yeah.
And the
orig-
clapping. Behem can't clap.
Yeah, I'd say. I ended up originally I thought Hitmonlee, then I thought that alien thing, then I thought it was another Pokemon that I couldn't remember the name of, and I can only like see a vague outline of in my head. And then I went back to the alien thing, Behem or whatever, because I was like, oh well, it's got like lines, blah blah blah. And then I was like, the more we thought about it, and the longer things went on, the more I was just like thinking it's probably Hitmonlee. I don't want it to be my first guess, because then if I was right with the second guess, anyway. I was just like,
Oh my god!
thinking, I kept
That's what the
flip-flopping.
T thing was. That's not the Japanese one. That's the martial arts bow.
Want to know what the
Oh.
T thing really was?
What
What?
was it?
They were saying thank you.
Wait, is that
Yeah,
how they say thank you in
that's
sign
the-
language?
They were just saying thank you in their own Poke form of sign language.
Oh, I thought that was the martial arts bow.
Alrighty. Well, thank you to my players so much for coming in today and playing the game. I hope that you all enjoyed the session. I was really looking forward to putting this one on for you all today. Thank you to the audience so much for coming on in and watching. I hope you all also as well enjoyed the session, and I look forward to seeing how things progress from here. I think things are going to start kind of picking up a little bit, and who knows? We might just be able to finish the tutorial.
I'm sorry. Oh, Mike.
You know, one
It's
fun
not the-
thing about this, I know they weren't Mr. Mime, but I kept thinking they were Mr. Mime, and the moment one of them got yanked through and his body fell to the ground, I smiled.
Alright.
Say,
Seeing 'em-
it's not the tutorial, it's the powdered water arc.
Powdered Water Arc official. All right, that's where we're going to end our session for today. I look forward to having everyone here for next Saturday. And to anyone on YouTube, I hope to see you in the next episode. Bye-bye.
All right, let's go ahead and do this outro here. Also, Orm, don't forget what I asked earlier, please.
I know.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today for Starlight Expeditions Pokerole, our Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaign. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by checking out my friends. There's a whole bunch of players here in the channel that are streamers as well, and it is a huge help if you go check them out. I like to share the love with them, so help me do so. But for now, thank you for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Headache. I love you all.